Okay. Good morning, everybody. Доброе утро. Let's start our second day. And today we had two presentations in the first part, and then we had a technical session, I would say, in the second part. So now I would be happy to present you our data, our results, and our ideas about some topics that may be a little bit unusual, but it has some relationship to what we are doing in everything. So it is about Peru. And you know that Peru, it's a beautiful country. It's in South America, and it's quite a big country. And mostly it is mountains. Mountains, plains, deserts. They have some little part here. Not little, but no, it's a part here with jungles. And it's Amazonia. But this part most interesting for us, and this is capital, Cusco. And then, capital is Lima, but Cusco is former capital. So it's a beautiful city with a lot of Spaniards architecture, with beautiful ocean, cold but beautiful. It's local people, they are have very natural appearance. They're using local costumes. There are, of course, llamas everywhere. And it's beautiful nature, beautiful nature. You can see and touch all those animals practically at some specific places. Then they have a very big lake Titicaca. It's very high in the mountains, more than 4,000 meters. And people are living there on islands. And this is man-made islands. They made it themselves. And it's very interesting if a family want to divorce, they just cut this island to half and fly to different parts of the lake. So that's interesting. And they, in their life, it's natural for them to have their costumes. And we have wonderful celebration there with Christian together, with all the team there. And you know Machu Picchu, it's very well known, of course, it's famous. But of course, to me, it's not the most interesting. Because there are a lot of other interesting ancient buildings that I will discuss about. And all those buildings, they are related around so-named Sacred Valley, from Cusco to different areas, and it's all related somehow to Inca Empire, because Inca Empire was huge empire in South America. You see, it was huge empire from modern Chile to Ecuador, and it was ruled by very, I would say, clever system, clever administration. They had a post system. They had transportation system, but they didn't use wheels. They didn't have animals to carry something, because no horses, no cows, so it was very specific life. But still, they were able to organize, and from Cusco, their capital, post was taken to this area in several days. Just by running, people was running, and they have stops from time to time, and they changed, people was changing, just carrying this. And they had their writings, they had their books, beautiful books. Unfortunately, all this was destroyed by Spaniards. And they had special, very beautiful costumes, ceremonies, now it's all very well known, and still they proceed this tradition. We were lucky being last month in Cusco. We've seen these ceremonies, it was some celebrations. And for 3 days, it was non-stop celebration, non-stop, from 6 in the morning till 11 at night. So it was really beautiful. And you know that in Peru, it was a lot of gold, a lot, gold and silver. So it was the richest mines in the world. And they've been using this gold in their life. And now there are something left, something from excavations, because most of this was destroyed by Spaniards. Понятно то, что я говорю, или все-таки по-русски еще раз? Более-менее понятно, да? Ну, картинки понятные, да, потом, когда будет более специфический текст, я уже буду больше по-русски говорить. So, and in Cusco museums, in Lima museums, you can see these gold, huge gold artifacts. So some of this was found later on. Значит, ну, в основном, конечно, золото было все переплавлено испанцами, но кое-что осталось. And they have very interesting art, very interesting. And again, they had a lot of ceramics. And a lot of these ceramics, thousands of cases of their ceramics was excavated because, you know, ceramics is eternal. It would never be destroyed if you don't just destroy it. And it's really very, very interesting because in their tradition was to make jars. It's all jars for water with interesting sculpture. Ну и вот у них было потрясающее искусство, керамика великолепная, сейчас тысячи предметов найдены этой керамики, и это все вот сосуды для воды, которые сделаны в виде таких вот замечательных скульптур. Spaniards conquered Inca Empire, and first Pizarro, Francisco Pizarro, came there in 1528 with 180 people. And, but then, of course, when it became known that they have so many gold, it was more and more Spaniards coming, plus they were using other tribes against Inca. But it took them 40 years to conquer all this empire. They were in 4 years, they were able to conquer the capital. And they grabbed all the gold, they robbed everything, they destroyed everything. But then, later on, of course, it took 40 years to suppress all resistance. Ну и вот Франциско Писаро в 1528 году обнаружил эту империю. Он пришел со 180 человеками туда, на лошадях. И в 1832 году они покорили Куско и разграбили его, полностью разграбили. Но потом 40 лет они воевали с империей инков, которая сопротивлялась, и уничтожали один центр за другим, пока вот через 40 лет только они смогли установить полный контроль. So all was destroyed, everything. And you know that they had beautiful books. Now only 5 books left in the world, 5. All of them was collected by Inquisitor, Lande de Moro. He collected he ordered to bring all the books to Cusco, and they all was burnt out on big fire. So unfortunately, we have some tracks of their history, but quite little. Ну и вот у них была письменность, у них были прекрасные книги. Ну и вот инквизитор де Ланда приказал принести все книги со всей империи, собрать в Куско под страхом смертной казни и сжег все на костре. И вот только 5 книг осталось в мире. Сейчас письменность расшифрована, книги эти читаются, но, понятно, это только обрывки их истории. Потому что у них не было традиции, скажем, рисовать что-то на фресках. У них фрески были, хотя не так много, но вот в основном было все это в книгах. So, now, you see, it's part of the movie, and there are several movies I tell you about. So it's our first trip last year to Peru, when we were shown these mummies for the first time. And it was a group of people involved in this. This journalist, Jaime Maussan, this guy, very special guy, he's French guy living in Peru. His name is Thierry, and he's his helper, and he is adventurer. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. So he's adventurer. So he came to Peru to look for lost cities. He didn't find it, but then he was involved in this story. Ну и вот это те люди, с которыми все это было связано. Хайме Маусан – это журналист из Мексики, которому все это попало. Значит, это вот человек, который живет сейчас в Перу, сам француз, искатель приключений, приехал сюда искать золото, и ну, это его помощник. Значит, это все было организовано компанией «Гая». Значит, это американская компания, которая представляет в интернете различные фильмы на интересные темы. И у них большой достаточно круг подписчиков, пользователей во всем мире. So it was all organized by Gaia company. And this is a company, they present different movies related to health, to yoga, to that type of life, a lot of interview, and they have a lot of big audience all over the world. So those mummies, they were found by a local guide, local person in a village, and he found this in the mountain, in a cave, covered with this white dust totally, and then he started looking where to sell it. So after half a year of discussion with different people, he found this company, and they agreed to pay some money to see, at least to see this mummy. And this guy, he was organizer of this in Peru. Unfortunately, he's very untrustable person, and his interest only to get money, nothing else. So this is how it looks like, this mummy. And you see those long fingers. And of course, our first long toes. And you see very special construction of toes. And of course, first I was able to get samples. We did some measurements with two other medical doctors. And of course, the first question was, how real is it? Is it fake or real? Because you see there was type of samples we were able to take. And they come from Nazca area. And Nazca area, it's a big, huge part of Peru. It's mostly desert and hills or mountains, little mountains. It's very well known Nazca lines, very well known. And you can go there, you fly on a little plane around. It's very interesting, of course. But there are not only on Nazca plane. So named geoglyphs, you see these different images. Now it's found several other geoglyphs in other parts of Nazca area. You see like this, we've seen it. And they are not just so easily accessible. So it's absolutely clear that all theories that try to explain what it's all about, what it is for, they all fail. It doesn't work. And it was a lot of petroglyphs on the rocks. We've seen it as well. They really demonstrate some people with 3 fingers. And of course, the first question was radiocarbon dating. And after it was done in several laboratories of the United States, it was shown that this mummy, it is about 1,800, 1,600. So it's old mummy. So it was now no doubt that it is real, that it is done at least in ancient times. Even if it's fake, then it was ancient fake. And then we did X-ray and CT scan in Cusco. And it was clear from analysis that those fingers, it's real. Its construction of hands and toes is different from our anatomy. And of course, all this data was analyzed by anatomists, all this. And because I was given a task goal to organize scientific team around all this story. And coming to Russia, I was able to find support in top-level institutions of St. Petersburg. It is our St. Petersburg University, medical department, biological department, and then department of analytical study. Then, so it's big research department, research park, and they have all top-level equipment that we need for research, starting from DNA up to element analysis, so top level. So, and people was very interested to make this research, so we did this together with highly professional. Then, and it was Center of Chemical Analysis of Material Research, Center of DNA Study, and they have top-level equipment. Then Institute of Gynecology and Reproduction of Underwater is our leading institute for women, for supporting health of women and children. То есть, вернувшись в Россию, мне, так сказать, поручили организовать научную группу для исследования всех этих вещей, и мне удалось найти поддержку активную в нашем государственном университете Санкт-Петербурга. Там есть так называемый исследовательский парк, где стоит самая современная аппаратура. И там руководители этого всего направления, всех этих лабораторий, они согласились поучаствовать в этих исследованиях. и генетических, и аналитических исследованиях. Ну и вот все это было возглавлено Институт Отто, это наш ведущий институт по репродуктивному возрасту. Значит, там есть академик Баранов, один из ведущих сейчас генетиков России. So academician Baranov, who is top level and leading genetist, one of the leading genetists of Russia. We knew each other for a long time. I came to him, and he was interested, and he made a group of scientists to make this study. Then we have a very interesting center, and the head of the center, he's my good friend. Many years ago, I was involved in organizing this center. And this guy, he's very interesting. He's a medical doctor. He was trained, first had a study in St. Petersburg in medical university as a medical doctor. Then he came to China and got medical education in China as Chinese doctor. Then he organized some centers, but finally he started establishing MRI machines all over the Russia. Now I have a network of several hundred MRI machines all over Russia. They all run from one and the same center. Now they have new, it's proton knife, you know, it's absolutely amazing technology. So he's an excellent person. I came to him, and he agreed to take part in this research as well. Значит, еще вот у нас есть такой центр МИПС, и вот мне как-то даже его директор и руководитель — это мой хороший знакомый, когда-то я поучаствовал в организации этого центра, и они сейчас устанавливают томографы по всей России уже много лет. Сейчас у них несколько сотен уже томографов по России, в сопредельных странах. Это все организовано как единая сеть. Это все очень здорово работает. И поэтому у нас сейчас сделать, там, скажем, томограмму мозга или чего-то другого, это занимает 2 часа. Позвонил, записался, на следующий день пришел, тебе тут же все сделали. И все вполне разумно и очень ценно. Так что это действительно большой, колоссальный прогресс благодаря, собственно, одному человеку, который все это продвинул. И когда я к нему обратился, он тоже согласился в этих исследованиях поучаствовать. So we did several type of analysis. Of course, we started from genetic analysis because the first question was whether it's real material or it's some fake. So the first question was whether it's possible to extract DNA from the samples. And it took several months to extract DNA because this sample was very contaminated. You understand, it's ancient sample, 2,000 years practically. And it's contaminated with everything, from ancient time, from modern time, because if you look around, you see we have DNA everywhere. We have flying DNA all over this place. We breathe, we emanate some skin, and that's why all our surrounding is filled with particles of DNA. And if you take any sample in here, it will be contaminated with DNA of everybody of us. That is why when we took samples from ancient mummies, it was contamination. And it was found that it is contamination from ancient time, from mummification process, and up to modern contamination. But it was found that it is human DNA. That was the first conclusion. And it was found that it is women's DNA. So it was confirmed that that's why this mummy, she was given the name Maria. So it was the first important conclusion. And then, of course, next stage to make sequencing of this DNA. Значит, ну, это на первом этапе тоже было важно определить, насколько эти образцы реальны. Поэтому было очень важно провести ДНК-анализ. Значит, этот анализ очень сложный, он занял колоссальное время, потому что много месяцев, потому что образцы очень загрязнены. Они загрязнены современным ДНК, они загрязнены древними загрязнениями, препаратами, которые используются при мумификации. Но, в конце концов, было показано, что это ДНК человеческая, женская, что это биологический материал. So, the most important conclusion of this first stage was that it's biological tissue and it's human tissue. That was very important. Then, of course, it was done analysis of, yes, so this is about DNA, first conclusions. And then this is analysis of CAT scans and skeleton. And again, very important, this analysis was done by top-level anatomists. First it was in this institute, then it was Dr. Galetsky from our medical university, who are top level in anatomy of skull, of face, and of the body as well. He has tremendous experience. He's professor in our medical university. И вот следующий этап, конечно, это был анализ уже структуры тела. Значит, этот анализ был сделан профессионалами из института, которые занимаются этим анализом каждый день. То есть у них каждый день проходят десятки снимков и томограмм. Представьте, что томограмма – это объемная структура, это не снимок рентгеновский, это гораздо более мощная информация. Вот. Ну и потом присоединился к нам профессор Галицкий из Первого медицинского университета, который является специалистом по челюстно-лицевой хирургии, он сам хирург, ну и он очень большой знаток тоже анатомии, потому что у него много было направлений в жизни. И it was shown that this anatomy of this body is very similar to human anatomy, very similar. So same construction of bones, same construction of internal organs, and it was found that it was clearly visible. Stomach, liver, lungs, heart is oriented in, not in, like in our body, it's oriented this way. There they are oriented other way around. But it happens. It may happen with humans as well. So it wasn't so strange. Then something from the brain left in the skull, but it was, for example, no kidney and no passes, this urine pass, because we have kidneys somewhere in here, in this area, and that's why if there are stomach, then it should be kidney as well. It was no reproductive organs as well, but it's more clear they may be just removed. But why no kidney? That was very unclear. And no tracks of any passes. So maybe they didn't use urine. They produced it somehow other way, because there are animals that don't have urination. You know this. But they had, it comes directly into colon system. There are some animals, they have this system. They don't urinate, they produce it together with waste. Of course, it was very special attention to fingers and toes. Again, it was shown that it is not just defect, but it is different construction, totally different construction, both of hands with 3 fingers and toes with 3 fingers. And it was a lot of details different on the skull, and this skull was elongated, so named elongated skull. I will tell you a little bit more about this. So it was clear that it is something different, because we have this defect as extradictalia when people have 3 fingers. But in this case, it is 2 fingers, they are coming together from childhood. And there are even families that have this problem, but it is, if you look at this, it looks absolutely different from Maria. Then, very important, it was composition, elemental composition analysis, chemical analysis, because in next trip, I was able to get sample directly from fingers and toes. You understand that the first question was, okay, body is body, no question, it's human-like. But it was objection. Okay, but fingers and toes, they are just attached somehow from, I don't know, from Strauss's or something else. So it's fake. Ну и вот, конечно, один из вопросов, который возник во время исследований, что хорошо, тело нормальное, но вот пальцы рук и ног, это может быть все-таки приделано как-то. Может, это откуда-то от страуса оторвали и приделали, или еще что-нибудь. Вот, поэтому во вторую поездку в Перу мне удалось взять образцы прямо уже из пальцев рук и пальцев ног. И вот результат анализа химических элементов. Если посмотрите, они достаточно близко соответствуют телу, пальцы рук и ног, они имеют примерно одинаковый композиционный состав, поэтому химики сделали вывод, что это все-таки принадлежит одному и тому же телу. Потому что у них есть большой опыт исследований химического состава тела. Естественно, по всему телу у нас немножко состав разный. То То есть если возьмете вот ваш образец там из пальца руки, пальца ноги, то будет разный. Но примерно будет одинаково. Примерно. Что здесь мы и наблюдаем. So after I was able to get samples from toes and fingers, and chemical analysis demonstrated that amount of elements is practically similar. And our chemists, they made conclusion that they belong to one and the same sample. So it means that toes and fingers, they are real, it's not fake. And the amount of elements, they are just depending on region, depending on position, depending on type of food. So it's, again, typical, nothing special in this. But what was interesting, that the surface of body was treated with the calcium drug, mostly calcium chloride, crystals of which was found in scanning electron microscopy. Ну и вот что было интересно, обнаружено такой оригинальный факт, что это тело было обработано хлоридом кадмия. Значит, дело в том, что кадмий – это естественный элемент природы, который существует в минералах, но он не существует в свободном виде, а тем более в виде хлорида кадмия в природе. Не существует. Получение хлорида кадмия – это сложная технологическая процедура, которую невозможно сделать на кухне, принципиально. Поэтому для цивилизации, которая была в те времена в районе Наска, получить хлорид кадмия было принципиально невозможно. Но при этом четко совершенно все тело было покрыто снаружи, и хлорид кадмия используется для предохранения от бактериального загрязнения. So this cadmium chloride, you know, it is a substance that doesn't exist in nature. Of course, cadmium exists in different minerals, but to extract cadmium chloride from minerals, it is technological process that we can have in our chemistry, but it was absolutely unavailable to ancient people. And now we use this cadmium chloride to protect from mold, from bacterial contamination, so it was absolutely clear why they did it, but absolutely unclear how it was prepared. And you see it was, so it was done conclusions that body is biological fiber, not paper, not plastic, not wood, etc. And in the process of extracting DNA, it was some liquid extracted, and it was found that this liquid is very special liquid, it had even smell, that this is type of essential oil. So it's clear that in the process of mummification, they've been using this liquid just to preserve these samples. Ну и вот в процессе ДНК-экстракции там была определенная жидкость. Значит, было показано, что эта жидкость, это, значит, масло, натуральное масло, которое, понятно, использовалось для муммификации. То есть это совершенно естественно. Значит, it shows that the spectrum of this liquid is practically the same as spectrum of essential oils, several essential oils. So it's absolutely, it's really proven. Those samples, they were covered in so-named diatomic earth. And they were covered in powder, totally covered in powder. That's why they were so well preserved in this cave. And this diatomic earth, again, it's some mineral that was organized millions of years ago through little algae. Because it was ancient. In ancient time it was ocean, and in ocean it was some algae, and they were living there. And so it's very well known again, but it's like a mineral. So to make from this mineral, to make a powder, again you need technological process, because it doesn't exist in nature like a powder. And we consulted with geologists, they've told, yes, it's very well known, but only like a mineral. To make a powder, you need some process. But you know that, again, in Nazca culture, it was no grinding process. It was unknown to them, they didn't use it. Ну и вот эти образцы были покрыты, закопаны в такой белый порошок. Оказалось, что это так называемая диатомовая земля. Это остатки древних ракушечек мелких. Миллион лет назад там было море, и вот они там остались. Известный очень материал на Земле, он много где существует, но он не существует в виде пудры. Поэтому, опять-таки, должен быть технологический процесс, чтобы это приготовить. Ну и вот так вот они были закопаны. This is a picture how it was initially, how they were covered with all this, how they will look like, you see. And so it was just, again, X-ray of this. So it's normal material, very well known. So it was. So, we had, of course, several questions. Are fingers and toes real? Do they belong to the body? And what would be the result of DNA sequencing? And I had second trip to Peru last July, 1 year ago, and it was two new type of mummies. One is human-like, another non-human. And human-like was so named Vavita. It was a child, a baby. Later on it was found that it's about 10 months old through the teeth construction. And it was human-like. And it was very similar to Maria. And this doctor, he did X-ray, he did MRI of all this. And it was found again, so this Vavita, it's same type of human-like, same construction of bones, skull, very human-like teeth, so it's possible to see. And element analysis demonstrated that Vavita body composition is very similar to Maria. So it seems to me it's clear. So you see infrared spectrum of samples, Maria fingers, Maria toes, Vavita, two samples. And all of them have same composition. So no doubts, very clear results. And same on element composition. And DNA sequencing took 9 months because it is ancient DNA. You know, would we take our own DNA? Then it will take maybe a couple of weeks, and in a couple of weeks it will be total genome. That will show, okay, you belong 30% to European population, 20% to African population, 20% to Mongolian, 20% to Malaysian, so it's possible to define your origin. And for anybody of us, it's easy to make. Now it's not very expensive even. For ancient DNA, this is impossible. Because, you see, first of all, scientists have very little amount of substance to extract DNA. And second, it is like, I can give you an analogy. Let's imagine our genome like a book with 10,000 pages. And our book can be, we have all page, we can read this book. For ancient tissues, it is just different pages. But not the whole page, but little piece of this page, little bit of this page, and that's it. So after sequencing, when they extract DNA and define all genes, which is possible, they first of all have to distinguish between modern DNA, because it's always contamination, DNA of some animals, and ancient human DNA. It was found, for example, that there are a lot of DNA of alpaca. And it's clear because in the process of mummification, they've been using alpaca oil to mummification. Then, of course, a lot of modern DNA. But this is possible to extract in a mathematical way. So I would say chemists, they make this library of pieces. And then it all comes to a program center, very powerful machines, not like this, but really big shelves, computers. And those computers run for days and days, for several weeks sometimes, to correlate, to find, for example, you have a piece of text, and you need to find in which modern literature you can find this text, like this, you can imagine. So it's really, and so they compare these little pieces of genes with all possible genes of humankind, and see whether there is some correlations or not. Значит, ну и вот в процессе секвенирования там тоже много очень этапов, очень сложно, потому что если мы делаем наши с вами гены, то можем получить полный геном и определить наших предков. Там 20% европейцев, 30% там, скажем, азиатов и так далее. Значит, когда мы получаем древние ДНК, то мы имеем обрывки, мы не имеем целых цепочек. И там принципиально невозможно, потому что и один из моментов, как разделяют древние и современные ДНК, это по размеру цепочек. То есть древняя ДНК должна быть короткой. И только вот короткие ДНК, плюс, значит, потом надо ее отличить человеческой от нечеловеческой. Там была найдена ДНК древней альпаки. Ну, понятно, что используют при мумифицировании. А потом вот эти вот кусочки генов, так называемая генная библиотека, идет уже программистам. И программисты, используя очень мощный целый комплекс специализированных программ, которые были созданы последние 20 лет, они ищут корреляции между данным геном, набором, даже не геном, это набор, собственно, аминокислот, и всем возможным человечеством. So, programmers, they are looking for correlation between particular pieces of amino acids, combination of amino acids, you understand this, these 4 amino acids, and all possible humankind. So, after this, it was found so-named population analysis. It means that we have now international library of 1,000 cases of most typical DNA of humankind. And you see it is Asians, Africans, Puerto Ricans, Europeans, then some Arabics. So it's all population of the world. Now we have it. It's very well researched and very well known. И вот дальше идет так называемый популяционный анализ, который сопоставляет данные ДНК с ДНК всего человечества. Ну и вот здесь известно, так сказать, вот. Причем это один из срезов примерно 120-мерного пространства. То есть очень много параметров, и это только, так сказать, такая картинка, на самом деле это математическая такая модель строится. And of course this is one of the slides of 122 parameters. So it's mathematical model, it's just demonstration. And you see, both Maria and Vavita, they don't belong to humankind. So their DNA is human-like, but it doesn't belong to any known to us DNA. So it was the main conclusion of this analysis. Unfortunately, it was not enough samples to make the full genome, because for this scientists need maybe about 20 grams of tissues or even more, depending on purification. So we were able to make only exome analysis. So it's only part, but still it was some conclusion like this. And in second trip, it was found another type of creatures, little ones like this. And it was one, and we were able to extract some samples from the neck, no head. Then you see like this. And those 2 little ones. And you see they look absolutely different. They don't look like humans. This is biological material as well. So it was X-ray, it was DNA analysis, some DNA analysis. And inside of this structure, they have something inside, some materials, maybe eggs, maybe something else. They are a little, 60 centimeters size only, and they construct their age. It was funny that it was done 2 carbon dating analysis, and in one it was 6,000, in another 3,000. But it's again understandable. Carbon analysis of ancient samples is very unreliable in reality, very unreliable. So, but it's clear that it's not 50,000, it's not 30,000, but around 6,000. Значит, ну и вот вы видите эти маленькие существа, значит, тоже у них удалось взять некие образцы. Значит, радиоуглеродный анализ показал 2 раза сделанные на них тех же образцах от 3000 до 6000. Ну, это объясняется, есть объяснение, почему это, но самое важное, что это не 30 тысяч и не 40 тысяч, а где-то там 3-6 тысяч лет. Ну, понятно, древние образцы, сделанные, полученные в древности как-то. It was done DNA analysis, and it was demonstrated again that it is human-like tissues. They are Y chromosomes, so they are males, but the amount of samples was not enough to make sequencing. So they were trying, but they failed. Ну и вот был сделан DNA, тоже анализ ДНК, который показал, что это человеческие ткани, биологические ткани, как бы соответствуют человеку, соответствуют мужскому полу, но было недостаточное количество образцов для того, чтобы сделать уже... Митя, включи, пожалуйста, этот кондишн, вот там, да, он был выключен. Там надо сверху кнопочку нажать, просто он. И потом, спасибо. So we had some DNA data, but not real data. And always, of course, the most important and interesting was analysis of MRI, because it was demonstrated that they have absolutely different construction from human. So no similarity to human beings. Different construction of bones, you see, different type of bones. Different construction of ribs, they have round ribs. That different construction of skull. And it was some objections from some scientists that, oh, it is all constructed from different part of animals. But this type of animals doesn't exist on us. No animals with this type of ribs. No animals. No animals with this construction of skull, because it's not just a picture, it is anatomical analysis. And they know how they look, different animals. So no resemblance to any animal on the earth. Of course, different construction of joints. They don't have joints as we do. They have 3 fingers, 3 toes as well. So it was a lot of discussion whether it's possible to live with this, but finally it was decided that it's possible. Of course, very limited movement, but it's possible to move. And it's interesting, no teeth, no jaw. So just a hole. So maybe they were sucking blood or something like this. Maybe. And as you see, no internal organs, only some strange constructions inside. So this is total enigma. It was some data that there are some 3 fingers was found before, and it was some museums. But it's clear that even if it was some 3-fingered hands and toes somewhere in excavations, nobody would pay attention to this, because it was thousands and thousands of skeletons found in Peru, thousands, and of course skeleton and skeleton. No one paid attention to this. So it was possible that it was like this before, but no doubts. But we, with Professor Galetsky, we came to Cusco just last month, and to Lima, and you see it was found some very interesting subjects in museum. And it's clear that in other museums we can find a lot of them. And all their art is very precise, very precise. So if they make they make ceramics, it is ceramic of a real person. They have some, of course, fantastic creatures, but very little. Most it is just portraits. Ну и вот, видите, вот мы нашли вот такую статуэтку в музее Лимы. Ну и понятно, что в других музеях можно найти еще 1000 таких же. И вот, смотрите, здесь тоже 3 пальца, видите, какие странные существа, странные глаза у них. И это очень не характерно, потому что вообще перуанское искусство очень точно. Они делают портретное сходство. И все их сосуды – это портретное сходство. Ну уж если 5 пальцев, они показывают 5 пальцев. Так что это у них четко совершенно. Plus a lot of tapestry of this type. And again, it comes from Nazca area, all this tapestry. And this is a lot maybe found in different museums. It's my own pictures. I did this picture in museums, in Lima Museum and in Cusco Museum. Ну и вот много очень таких ковров, которые там были, в музеях можно найти. То есть это тоже очень... Лёшечка, попроси водичку, чтобы принесли ребята. Там, умите, возьми там. So it is clear that for them it was just natural to have this type of creatures. You see, it's very, very typical pictures. A lot of them. And of course, if we want to make some, I would say, ideas about all this, we need to understand that we have at least 400,000 years of Homo sapiens existence, and about 10,000 years of our civilization. So it is clear that we have civilization that we know, but it was only the last part of this. And one of the topic that, again, enigmatic topic, it's all named elongated skulls. It's a book about this topic. Спасибо. Because these skulls are very well known in archaeology. It was found a lot of elongated skulls in this area of Nazca. and they are presented in museums. You see, like this, like this, like this. A lot of them, they holes. It's another story. It was typical, again, to make this type of holes in skulls, like this. It was very typical in those sculptures. And a lot of elongated skulls, they don't have this cigular line. Ну и вот, значит, таких вот вытянутых черепов очень много в музеях Перу. И они просто вот представлены там. И они имеют такие отверстия, причем показано, что эти отверстия были сделаны при жизни, операционные, зачем, непонятно. Их много тоже очень. Многие из них не имеют вот этого шва, который у нас, естественно, возникает. То есть это такая загадка. And these elongated skulls, they are known in different cultures. In Egyptian culture, you can find this picture in Berlin Museum of History. This one as well, from Egypt. It was found 2,000 years old skeleton of baby in Crimea just recently, last year. You see again elongated skull. Значит, ну вот это вот, я говорю, что здесь во многих культурах, во многих странах были найдены такие черепа, ну, очень известны в Египте они. Это вот в Крыму у нас найдено в прошлом году в раскопках, тоже, видите, вот 2000 лет доказано, значит, ну, младенчик. Понятно, что никто его не вытягивал. Значит, в Китае все китайские мудрецы, они изображаются вот с таким черепом. Вытянутым черепом. In China, all Chinese wise people, ancient wise people, they are presented like this, all of them. It's very, very typical. It's very interesting data from Stonehenge. Recently it was allowed to make excavation in Stonehenge, and it was shown, demonstrated that Stonehenge is a ritual place where people was coming from all over the Britain, bringing some gifts, bringing some animals for celebration, for sacrifice, and it was for thousands of years. Ну и вот очень интересные были данные раскопок в Англии на Стоунхендже, известное вам место. Там было показано, что это ритуальное место, куда в течение 1000 лет приходили люди со всей Британии, привозя скот для ритуальных церемоний, и там были сделаны раскопки. And it was curator of archaeology at the British Museum, Maria Whitley, who published a book, The Elongated Skulls of Stonehenge. So it's, again, top-level archaeologist of Britain. Ну и вот была опубликована книга, значит, этой дамы, которая является куратором археологии в Британском музее, то есть понятно, что ученый высочайшего класса, и где было показано, что в одном из слоев вот этих раскопок был найден слой, где много угля, то есть там были большие пожары, и огромное количество вот этих вот вытянутых черепов, и все люди были убиты зверски. Ну, плюс там обычные люди тоже убиты, но вот этих черепов очень много раскидано там. So she demonstrated that it was some layer in excavation where it was a lot of coal, so it was fire, and it was big battle between people with elongated skulls and normal people. And all the people with elongated skulls, they were brutally murdered. It was again shown. So it is published in this book. Later on, just recently, it was published another paper with population genomic analysis of elongated skulls revealed extensive females-based immigration in early medieval Bavaria. Значит, эта вот статья была опубликована, как видите, только в марте этого года, где был найдены тоже такие вытянутые черепа в Баварии. И они проследили, что это были только женщины, только женские черепа, что эти женщины все происходят из совсем другой части Европы. То есть там были найдены вот эти генетические соответствия. Вот, то есть почему-то вот группу женщин привезли в Баварию вот с такими вытянутыми черепами, ну и они, видно, там зачем-то были нужны. Это тоже как бы показано. Вот, то есть это вот где Бавария и откуда их взяли. Видите, вот четко совершенно разница. To my mind, it's all related to enigmas of lost civilizations. Ну и вот, мне кажется, это все соотносится к загадкам древних цивилизаций. And here I want to present you our latest data on biowell measurements in Peru. Ну и вот сейчас я уже хочу к этому, может, какое-то иметь отношение. Те данные, которые были у нас получены с измерениями в прошлом месяце в Куско, где мы с профессором Галицким поехали в надежде набрать еще образцов для генетических исследований. Из этого ничего не получилось, но мы несколько дней проводили исследования на древних объектах Перу. So you see, this is Cusco, and nearby Cusco, this is Sacsayhuamán, Cuenco, then Pucapucara, and Tambomuchay. It's all just nearby. This difference is about 7 kilometers only. So it's all around Cusco. And as I mentioned, Cusco was the capital of Inca Empire, but now it is, I will show you that it was much more ancient than Inca. Значит, ну и вот мы проводили измерения на этих объектах. And first, of course, was Sacsayhuamán. It is the most known together with Machu Picchu. It is fantastic wall, several walls, you see, with huge stones. And this is really huge. And I pay attention that those stones, they attach to each other in a very complicated way. So they are huge, but the most interesting is the way how they attach to each other. So it's clear that ancient builders, they didn't care to make it rectangular, like in other countries, like in other civilizations. They just took some huge bolt, and then somehow they attach another one. And it's impossible to put razor in between those stones. And they survive all earthquakes, all possible situations. And you see, more recent, it's very simple. Very simple. Ну и вот эти камни, из которых все это сделано, древние эти постройки, они совершенно произвольной формы. Они вставлены друг в друга по объемной поверхности, совершенно каким-то произвольным путем. Весят они там по 40-50 тонн, некоторые из них. И древние строители, они совершенно не беспокоились о том, чтобы сделать это прямоугольными кирпичиками. Для них было очень просто все это делать как-то. И между этими камнями невозможно засунуть лезвие бритвы. И вот это все существует в течение тысяч лет уже. Там периодически очень мощные землетрясения, но это все стоит и никуда не девается. You see, this is very interesting construction. Plus all these stones, they are not polished, but they have some convecal form. Ну и потом вот эти камни, они не полированные, они имеют такую немножко выпуклую форму. Все эти камни, то есть тоже как-то очень своеобразно. And we found, not we of course, but it is very well known, some pieces where they were cut it off. And again, to cut this piece, for our technology, we need to drill holes, then to cut it out. It's clear that they've been using absolutely different technology because they are not, it's impossible to find the tracks of this drilling, and it was just some technology, they just cut it like from butter and took off. And it's a lot of stuff like this, you see. Ну и вот тоже очень, там есть места, откуда добывались эти камни, и понятно, что эти камни вырезались совершенно запросто из массива. И для нашей технологии это невозможно, потому что мы можем просверлить дырок, можем отполировать потом, но так, чтобы вырезать, как из масла, вот этот кусок, такое у нас невозможно. А для них, вот мы как раз ходили, там очень много смотрели, это было просто так, им надо какой-то кусок, вот они там ищут подходящий кусок камня и из него просто вырезают. Совершенно запросто так. And I did a lot of Sputnik measurements for 3 days. Over there. Ну и вот я проводил много измерений с прибором «Спутник» в течение 3 дней там. Мы ездили несколько раз туда. And Sputnik was calibrated in the morning in the hotel in Cusco. And it was biowell 2, so it was very easy to calibrate it. And to get data, you need 10 minutes on every spot. Because in 10 minutes you can get a number and you can get parameter of activity of the environment as well. And you see, we were mostly, of course, we did it on Saxoman. This is this wall, you see. And this wall, it comes like very strange construction. You see, it's not like wall like we are used to, but it's like a chain. So this is first level of this wall, then there's second level, then there are ceremonial places in here, and then there are the big stone construction where they were cutted these pieces from. Ну и вот это вот саксоуман, вы видите, вот эта стена, которую я показывал уже на картинках, она не прямая, как мы привыкли с вами, она вот такая зубчатая почему-то. То есть как зубья пилы. Вся стена вот эта. Значит, она достаточно длинная, тут порядка около километра. Следующий, второй уровень. Сверху церемониальные площадки. Там были какие-то сооружения, там были какие-то здания, совершенно очевидно. Какие-то круг тут был такой вот сделан, каменный. Вот это вот то место, откуда они добывали материал. Ну, не только отсюда, но и отсюда тоже. Там вот эти все вырезы. Ну, а вот это просто гора через дорогу. Вот идет дорога автомобильная. Значит, все эти объекты в Перу, они очень тщательно охраняются. То есть туда можно прийти только в определенное время, за деньги, естественно. То есть там постоянно ходят охранники. То есть когда, скажем, мы пытались прийти с телевизионной группой, то съемки были запрещены. Они пришли, категорически запретили любые съемки. То есть измерение тоже проводить там было достаточно своеобразно. And you know that all this area, as all archaeological subjects in Peru, they are very well guarded, very well. So you need to go there only in some time, from 9 till 5, then it's closed. And there are a lot of guards coming around, so they watch that people wouldn't make any damage, they wouldn't litter. And for example, when we were trying to make some video, professional video, it was totally forbidden, professional video. You can make with your own phone or with your own camera, but not professionally. So you see, I did a lot of measurements all over this territory. And it was because we had idea with Professor Galitsky that there are something that we can find. And it was really so. You see, this area somewhere has high numbers. So first number, it is the number of place where we did measurement, and place, time, and so on, so it's all in data. And second number, big number, 4 digits, it is the amount of energy averaged on the measurement. And you see, in this area, all measurements, they are quite high. Of course, it's just preliminary data. Then we have second round where it is much less. Of course, it would be very interesting to make more precise measurement, like on the net. But unfortunately, we didn't have time because it was only one subject, ancient place, but we had another ancient place as well. But still, it is clear that it was a place of high energy. Of course, every day I was doing measurement in the hotel in Cusco. And you've seen that it's only a couple of kilometers distance, practically same altitude. And here you see numbers from 6,000 to 8,000, 9,000 even. In hotel it was about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. So it was much less. So it's clear, it's a big difference between Cusco and these places. Then next place was so named Cuenca. Again, it's a very ancient place, and there are some ancient blocks laying there. Then I did measurements here, and inside this Cuenca, it is like a cave. In this cave, again, it is some cutted stones and cutted niche stones. So again, it's clear that it was done with some technology. It's not just natural cave. And I was able to make this measurement inside of this cave, and then outside. They have some big stone staying here, so outside as well. Plus, nearby this same Cuenca, just a couple of 100 meters away, there are place where they cut it again stones from. So you see, this is this Cuenca. So I did measurement here in this place, then nearby is a big stone, and then outside. And you see, again, it's a big difference. Here, inside, it was very big numbers. And here, much less numbers. And it's statistical measurement, so it's done in several days, not in one day even. So it's absolutely clear. Again, it was this place, ceremonial place, was a place of power, place of geoactive zone. And what's interesting, in Sacsayhuaman, in Cusco, energy was very calm, very, very calm. So it means if you take measurement in 10 minutes, you can define this parameter, the activity of space, and numbers was about 30. In Cuenca, in different places, it was very strong numbers. You see 80, 130, 90, and the difference follows. This is calm energy, like about 30. This is about 100. You see the difference in graphs. And it means the difference of energy. So again, it is clear confirmation that this place was a place of geoactive zone, the place of power. And it was different construction of stones as well. Still, at some place, they had this type of complicated stones, but the size of stones was much less. If in Sacsayhuaman it was stones of the size of tons, hundreds of tens of tons, here it was little stones, but still they attached to each other like this at several walls. In other walls, they were even less. And here you see it's no attachment at all. They just constructed each other without any clay, but here you can put knife inside easily, but here it's impossible razor. And и вот в Cuenca там было четко видно деградация технологии. То есть там тоже вот такая есть стена, сложенная из таких полигональных блоков, но они гораздо меньшего размера. И тоже действительно здесь невозможно просунуть бритву, но размер уже такой, что можно в руках перенести спокойно совершенно. Ну и вот рядом тут же следующая стена, которая сложена из похожих кусков, но уже там можно нож засунуть, то есть это, понятно, уже полная деградация. So we see degradation of technology. It was ancient technology of some ancient civilization that was able to make this stone like a plastic. We've been discussing a lot with geologists, and still it's the process of analysis because we collected samples of stones. So impression that they put one stone, then they were able to melt some material. We know that now we have artificial stones that was created from melted material, and something of this kind. And then it's understandable how it was done. If you put this, then you just melt this material and just form it in any form. But of course, it's no confirmation, it's only ideas. And it's clear that the technology deteriorated step by step. In Sacsayhuaman, it was huge blocks. Later on, it was much less blocks. And then the technology was totally lost. Totally lost. Ну и вот мы видим деградацию вот этой технологии. То есть в Sacsayhuaman она была действительно огромной технологией. Потом они потеряли уже какие-то навыки, могли делать только небольшие камни, но потом вообще все это было забыто. Ну и вот одно из предположений, в том числе со стороны геологов, что они умели размягчать камни или делать искусственные камни, как мы сейчас делаем, на основе цемента какого-то, с каменной крошкой, может быть, с каменным замесом, и потом делать вот как бы... Не удалось найти никаких результатов рентгеноструктурного анализа, потому что если сделать рентгеноструктурный анализ вот этого материала, будет ясно. Но с другой стороны, а где взять этот материал, правда? Потому что понятно, что никто не разрешит просто так вырезать кусок из этого камня. То есть это понятно. То есть это надо очень специальные разрешения, очень специально организовывать работу. So, of course, would it be made X-ray analysis of this stone? It would be possible to define exactly whether it is artificial material or real, natural material. But I haven't seen this type of analysis. I have very big books on scientific study in Peru, but no this type of analysis. And I'm afraid maybe it's not allowed to take samples from the stones. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, but it's clear that it was ancient technology, very high level, and then it slowly deteriorated, and then it was totally lost. Then we came to another place, Pucapucara, and they consider it as like a fortress. But in reality, of course, it's not a fortress. Look around. You see big hills. Nobody would ever build a fortress in the valley. It's total nonsense from military point of view. Same as Saxoman, again, it's not a fortress because there are hills around. So, of course, it may be some settlement, and again, they thought, oh, it was roads coming around. But again, total nonsense. They didn't have wheels. They did not need roads. It was possible to come around in here, there, anywhere. And so it is clear that, again, it was some ceremonial center for some spiritual topics. And it looks really like this because they have big square, another square where it's possible to make ceremonies. And we did measurements because, again, they have much more primitive, of course, but they have this type of stones, cutted stones. And we did it in 2 places here and 1 place on the other side of the hill. And if you look to numbers, you see very high numbers, very high activity of space. So again, it is clear that it's a place of power, geoactive zone. And ancient people was able to detect this geoactive zone, and they created their ceremonial place on this geoactive zone. Then next was Tambo Machai. Again, you see this ancient type of stones and natural stones. And there are water source, some spring, natural spring, with very clear water, very pure water. It comes here. And it was known in Inca times, like some very good healing water, but it's clear that it comes from ancient times. There I was able to take measurements at several places. And again, they have very primitive. So it's clear that in Inca time, they've seen these ancient stones, the ancient walls. They were trying to copy it, but they didn't have technology. It's absolutely clear. And I did measurement in 3 places. You see, nearby this waterfall or water stream, then up on the hill, and just nearby. And you see, again, numbers are quite high, and activity of environment is very high. So again, it is one more confirmation, it's place of power. Because we did thousands of measurements of this type in different parts of the world, and when we have this type of high numbers, it is clear that those high numbers, they indicate this place of power. So it's one more indication, ancient civilization, and I believe that it's not only Incas, it was all ancient civilizations. They were able to detect places of power and to build their sacral moments in these places. Ну и вот вы видите, что измерения показали тоже высокие очень значения энергии в этих местах. И это говорит о том, что действительно это было место силы. То есть это вот та идея, которую мы проводим, что древние объекты создавались на местах силы. И у нас уже тысячи измерений по всему миру, которые показывают, что да, действительно приходим на древний объект, и мы видим вот это вот высокие значения энергии. То есть древние люди могли вот это определить и могли это использовать для своих сооружений. And it seems to me this is very interesting topic for study, for our study with Sputnik instrument, because this way we can study any subjects, any areas. Of course, if we need to make it carefully, we need to make it on a net. So we need to go to some place, we need to put net on the territory. Yeah, she feels the energy. Yeah, place of power. Yeah. So, and every measurement takes 10 minutes. So in a day, in principle, you can make 30, 40 measurements easily in one and the same subject. And of course, if you put coordinates, if you correlate it with Google Map, then it would be very interesting to make a contour of ancient territories and to see distribution of energy on those territories. Of course, it depends on moon condition, as was shown yesterday by Vadim. It depends maybe on sun conditions, so we need to be careful. We need to write down all parameters, temperature, humidity, altitude, but it would be very interesting to create this map of the Earth with these ancient measurements of ancient subjects, and to prove that it was real places of power, to prove it. Ну и вот, мне кажется, что это интересная задача для нас, тех, кто владеет прибором BioWell, спутником, потому что можно прийти на какой-то древний объект и провести сетку измерений. Значит, каждое измерение занимает 10 минут, то есть в день можно сделать 30-40 измерений легко в течение дня. И потом, ну или в течение нескольких дней это можно делать, и потом получится как бы такая сетка, которая покажет места силы. И то, что вот существует как некие легенды, что вот есть место силы, есть место то, место сё, оно действительно будет доказано. При этом очень важно, что мы определяем сразу несколько параметров, значит, и как бы уровень энергии, уровень сигнала и уровень стандартного отклонения, то есть активной среды. И эти параметры комплексно нам описывают это место. And very important that with Sputnik we can define several parameters. We can define the level of energy, we can define the level of activity of an environment, and it gives us the overall information about this place. And you know that all measurements may be done offline. You don't need internet connection when you do this. And modern computers can run several hours, and it's easy to get external battery for the computer. It's easy, no problem. So in our experiments, we do experiments in the field for several days without connecting to electricity. So that's quite possible. It's not a big deal now. And you know that BioWell takes very little energy. That's why with BioWell, the only thing you need to diminish the brightness of the screen, because it takes the most energy. Ну и когда мы делаем эти измерения, мы делаем их офлайн. Значит, можно много часов, плюс дополнительные батареи. Ну, единственное, что требуется понижать яркость экрана, потому что это, в основном энергия идет на это. So this I will show you another example later on. But I want to tell you that, of course, we know some other places of this kind. This is in Turkey, and it was latest excavation of Hittite Empire. And it was proven that it existed more than 2,000 years before Christ, so 4,000 years ago, and they have very similar type of stones. Значит, это вот из последних находок в Турции, там последние как раз вот недавно начали эти раскопки, это Хеттская империя, 4000 лет назад, и вот тоже у них подобные конструкции камней. Very absolutely enigmatic moments in Bolivia, Pumapunku. You see these blocks. It's understandable, it's clear that it's technological blocks, but of course we don't know how old are they and what they were for. Ну и вот это в Боливии такие блоки. Понятно, что это технологические блоки, но кто их зачем сделал, когда непонятно. And very interesting holes. Again, you see, to make these holes, you need special technology. It's not easy. Even with modern technology, it would be very complicated to make these holes. But they did it easily. Ну и вот там же вот такие отверстия, которые даже для современной технологии непростые, а они вот легко их делали. A very interesting archaeological place is Göbekli Tepe in Turkey as well. It was just maybe less than 10 years. Again, it is a lot of enigmatic moments in these excavations that shows it was very interesting technology. One of the enigmatic topics in the world, for me, it is islands in Pacific, little islands, and it is big, big constructions on little island. You see, it's absolutely clear. It is type of city or harbor, we don't know. And this city, this harbor is built from big, huge stones, and most of it is underwater. It was underwater excavations done, and it comes deep underwater. So it was clear that it was constructed when the level of water was much lower, and it was a city, very ancient city. And you look to type of blocks, they are very unusual. very special blocks. And no skeletons, no artifacts, nothing. Nothing was found in this place. Only this type of construction. And of course it's clear that it was not done by locals, because it's quite primitive tribes living there, and they don't have this type of material over there at this island. So it was from somewhere else. This is the same. And then we should tell about different tunnels, different underground chambers. We have this in Malta, these underground chambers, cut it in stone. Then just recently, several years ago, it was found big tunnels under Teotihuacan pyramid. And this is archaeologists who are doing the excavations. All those tunnels was totally covered with earth. They were totally closed. They were unearthed only by geophysical measurements. So they did geophysical measurement nearby pyramids, and they found these tunnels underground. And it was found these big tunnels, then big chamber in here. Now they excavated from about to here, and they put little robots. Those robots, they were drilling this earth, and they were coming inside, and they found that inside this chamber, it's totally filled with earth up to the top, and there are a lot of artifacts, gold artifacts, different subjects. So now Mexican archaeologists, they do very careful study, and now they found tens of thousands of different artifacts from here, from those tunnels. And that's what is found now. In Turkey, it is very well known ancient underground city. You see, it is a big city. It's not just one cave. It is big city. It was very well organized. It was water supply to the city. They had some type of lightning coming to this city, most of the city. So it was light coming in daytime. So most of this was illuminated. And you see how, so why is it so? Why would people make these caves deep, deep underground? So it's absolutely, it's not storage, it's not for something, it's not like tombs, like in Rome. It is some construction was specially done by for something, someone. We don't know why and for. And of course, one more topic, what's interesting, is so named forbidden collections. There are several collections found in South America, like Ica stones. It was one doctor, professor, who was collecting stones with inscriptions. And on those inscriptions, it is shown surgical operations, skull trepanations, and we know that it was real because we have these skulls with trepanation. It's very, very typical. Then some astronomers who was looking to sky, and of course some strange creatures like some dinosaurs or something of this kind. So archaeologists, they denied all these collections because of the dinosaurs. They claimed that it's all fake, but there are tens of thousands of these stones. Plus it was proven in several archaeological excavations done by professionals when they were able to find the stones in tombs. So it's clear that it was, of course, maybe some of them, they're fake, maybe, no doubts. Because the type of inscriptions, they are different. Some of them are very well done, very precise, some of them are very rude. So we understand that it was maybe a lot of fake, but still a lot of them are real. Then this type of ceramics, I've seen in the United States in one private collection, because you know that there are a lot of private collections of artifacts worldwide. And I was invited by one person and he demonstrated me his private collection. And you see, very interesting. And you see, this is different inscriptions on this. Then some type of letters here. Very interesting construction of eyes. Very interesting inscriptions as well. And he told that again it was found in excavations, but then government of Mexico and Peru, they were presented, but they told no study, not on exhibition, and it was hidden somewhere in storage. Of course, some of this came to private collections, as I've seen, but most of them, of course, it's hidden. And you see, it's clear that it's some text here, absolutely clear, no doubts. And you understand it's not fake because what for? And now we know 3 types of Homo sapiens. We know Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Homo sapiens sapiens. Сейчас в нашей науке известны 3 типа человеческих существ. Это неандертальцы, денисовцы и Homo sapiens. И как бы вот в соответствии с современными генетическими данными разделение произошло порядка 2 миллионов лет назад. И потом, значит, вот пошли линии, значит, туда и сюда. При этом сейчас Владимир Ильич потом, давай лучше, или потом комментарий расскажешь, да? So it was demonstrated that this division was about 2 million years ago, and it was shown that we have Europeans. We have a lot of genes from Neanderthals. We have a big pack of genes from Neanderthals. People living in Malaysia, in Oceania, they have some genes from Denisovs. But they, of course, they were gone. Neanderthals, they was inhabited all over the Europe for much longer than we do, for several 100,000 years. But then they were somehow, they believed that they were eaten by human beings, by sapiens, much more clever. But still, we understand and we believe that this is the way how it was all organized. And you see, it was, of course, in different part of modern humans was living in practically all over the world. Then Neanderthals was living in part of Europe, and Denisovans, they were living in Siberia mostly. But still, their genes was distributed between modern people as well. And one of the topics that I pay attention, it is change of temperature. Yesterday, Vadim demonstrated this type of graph related to sun activity. This is graph, same type of graph related to ice age, the temperature of on the Earth. And you see it is thousands of years, but of course it may be prolonged for millions of years. It was always coming up and down, up and down. It is related to 2 main topics. First of all, it is amount of CO2 in oxygen. And second, it is tilting of Earth, because Earth's axis is not precise. It is just normal physical tilting. It's totally in accordance with the law of physics, like any round ball. Ну и вот этот график показывает как раз изменение температуры на Земле, чего можно продлить намного дальше, вглубь времен. Значит, он очень похож на тот график, который вчера Вадим Сеидов демонстрировал по солнечной активности. И действительно, вот эта вот ситуация с нашими оледенениями связана с несколькими факторами. Ну, первое, в какой-то мере с солнечной активностью, хотя там не настолько сильные колебания. Но самое главное – это содержание углекислого газа в атмосфере. И второй фактор – это прецессия земной оси. То есть земная ось прецессирует все время туда-сюда. И вот эти прецессии, они занимают там от минимальные где-то 11 лет, максимальные, значит, потом следующие 100 лет, следующие там где-то несколько сотен лет. И вот мы это и видим. Как раз Земля немножко поворачивается, начинается оледенение, потом это начинается кумулятивный процесс, и это оледенение захватывает большую часть территории. Значит, было как минимум одна ситуация на Земле, когда вся Земля была покрыта ледниками. Это известно тоже из геологии сейчас. Вот. Но в основном это все частичное. So, and you understand, when these little precessions coming, then the ice is forming, water is coming down, and then it's self-supporting process, and then ice is coming more and more. And when we think about ice age, we think about picture like this. И когда мы представляем себя вот ледниковый период, мы представляем нечто вот такое. Вот все покрыто снегом и льдом, бродят мамонты, которые кушают непонятно что, там куча каких-то животных, которые опять-таки непонятно что кушают, потому что все покрыто снегом и льдом. То ли они копают своими бивнями, но, по-моему, очень неудобно будет таким бивнем копать что-то. Вот, то есть вот эта картинка, на самом деле, она абсолютно неправильна. Это полная профанация. То есть это, вернее, ну, это очень древняя старая картинка из старых учебников, которая абсолютно неправильна. So, when you think about Ice Age, and the last Ice Age, it was over about 12,000 years ago only, and it lasted 110,000 years, we think about something of this. So it was big mammoths, big animals coming in total ice desert, snow, desert, ice. But the question is, okay, what did they eat? If it is only ice and snow, how they were able to feed their huge body? And it's very unlikely they were taking food from under the snow. It's very unlikely for this huge animal. So it is clear that this is a totally wrong picture, totally wrong. And it is taken from old textbooks. Now we understand very well. Yes, it was big ice sheet. And this sheet, it covered big part of Europe and north part of course, Siberia, of course. And on south side, it was same condition. But in other areas, it was the most beneficial time for nature. Why? Because, first of all, it was a lot of water. You know that water is always coming from the mountains, from glaciers, and then it creates the most beneficial condition for vegetation. So you need water, you need some light, some sun, and it grows everything. So it is proven now that all the areas of Europe not covered with ice was the most beneficial for life. It was huge plains, it was millions of animals feeding there. So it was really the most prosperous, and of course human beings were there as well. Ну и вот на самом деле картинка была совсем другая. То есть действительно север был покрыт ледниками, ну и весь север Европы, сказать, Сибири тоже. Но дальше-то начинались пространства, наиболее благоприятные для жизни. Потому что для жизни нужна вода и нужен свет. Ну и более-менее еще было тепло. И вот это было в более чем достатке. Сейчас, когда едешь на Алтай, там ты видишь, вот стоит ледник, вот он вот так вот стеной обрывается, а тут же от него начинаются поля, просто цветы, деревья, рощи, то есть вот буквально никакого промежутка нету. When we go to Altai Mountains, you see it is glacier, and then immediately after the glacier, in summertime, it is grass, flowers, trees, so it's beautiful nature. Поэтому большая часть территории Европы, ну и Евразии вообще, это была наиболее благодатная область для жизни, где были миллионы животных, поэтому понятно, что древние люди, они на этом всем жили, и это было совершенно замечательно для жизни. And if you look to the map, you see this is ancient glacier, the last glacier, and this is all other area. And you see, of course, we understand it, and you understand if it is this area, then it was no deserts at all by that time. So in Africa, in Spain, it was again prosperous areas. Ну и вот там в связи с перераспределением воздушных потоков воды было тоже понятно, что не было практически пустынь, как сейчас. То есть все зоны в Африке, Северной Африке и в Испании, скажем, современной, они были покрыты травой, лесами, то есть это была благодатная почва. We know that by that time ocean level was lower by 133 meters. Ну и вот в те времена, как раз, о которых я только что отмечаю, это уровень океана был ниже на 133 метра. Это доказано сейчас. Ну и, естественно, очень много разговоров про континенты, которые ушли под воду. And of course we have a lot of discussions about Atlantis, about Mu, about continents underwater. Now we have beginning of underwater archaeology. Сейчас у нас начинается подводная археология. Это новое направление науки. But of course it is very, very complicated because first of all it takes a lot of resources to make it. Second, underwater everything is covered with segmentation, and even if there are something, it's very difficult to find something. Ну и вот это действительно развивающаяся область, которая уже интересные результаты показывает, но, конечно, очень сложно, потому что понимаете, что под водой надо работать, это намного дороже, это намного сложнее, только на определенной глубине можно что-то делать, и плюс очень быстро под водой все покрывается сегментацией. То есть там я сам занимался раскопками подводными, это, конечно, вытащить оттуда что-то из-под воды. Однажды в Греции, на Кипре, мы нашли древнюю амфору, и у нас заняло 3 дня ее просто оттуда вытащить, потому что она вросла уже в камень. So I just, as a funny example, some time ago in Crete, with my friends, we found ancient amphora, Greece amphora, underwater. And it took us 3 days of diving to cut this amphora from stone, because it was totally embedded in stone. And finally we were able to get it out and to place somewhere. And there are a lot of data that about 10,000 years ago, it was a big catastrophe. You know, it is proven again now that it was several catastrophes on the Earth related to big meteorites. It was proven. And for example, one of the most proved theories that dinosaurs was gone because of huge asteroid that was in Yucatan area. And this Gulf, Mexican Gulf, now is considered as a track of this asteroid. So, and now it is a lot of data collected that it was real some catastrophe. For example, it is shown that mammoths and a lot of ancient animals, they died instantly. They was not dying, but a lot of them, they died instantly. That's why in our museum in St. Petersburg, you can find mammoths with all 4, and they found grass inside the belly, inside the stomach. Would he be dying, then this grass would be a process. I mean, deteriorating, but it's real grass, so they were able to extract grass. Ну и вот сейчас много очень данных про то, что была какая-то некая катастрофа. В частности, например, в Сибири очень много найдено кладбищ мамонтов, и показано, что они мгновенно все погибли. Мгновенно. Большое количество, там, 1000 мамонтов, которые мгновенно погибли. И там они прекрасно сохранены. В частности, например, там видно трава у них в животе. Если бы они просто умерли и разлагались постепенно, то там, естественно, ничего бы не осталось. Так что этих данных много. And you know that now in Yakutiya, in Siberia, the best, I would say, one of the good way of source of income to find these mammoth tusks, and they sell it out. In Hong Kong, you can find a shop where they sell these mammoth tusks. It's not expensive. Ну и вот, в частности, в Якутии у нас очень прибыльный бизнес – это искать вот эти вот бивни мамонтов. Их очень много там. Ну и потом они их продают куда-то. И вот в Гонконге я как-то был в магазинчике, где резная мамонтова кость. И не очень дорого даже. So, it was, now we have a lot of data that about 13,000 years ago it was this cosmic catastrophe. So it was some comet that crashed in the Earth. And of course it created huge wave of 100 meters high. And this wave was coming through Earth several times. And all civilizations that was there by that time, they were totally gone, absolutely sure. You can imagine if this type of wave coming, then of course it can wipe out everything. And we have stories about this Noi ships board in all cultures, in different cultures. It's not only Christianity, it's not only Judaism. It is Mesopotamia, it is same legends we have in Malaysia, same legends we have in Indonesia, in South America. So it's same story about people who survived this. And then it is quite possible that someone survived and someone was able to come to other places and then start civilization process in other places. And of course, it's always a question about aliens, whether it is extraterrestrials. Frankly speaking, I don't like this idea because for me, it's first of all, from biological point of view, we know that carbon type of life is most beneficial because carbon has 4 type of valencies and carbon has created much more different combinations compared with any other element. And they are very easily communicate with water, interact with water. That is most beneficial for water life. And as water, as Professor told us, it's the second element in nature, then of course we understand that all life should be based on water. And that's why most likely that other types of life, there should be carbon life. Then most likely that even if it's some extraterrestrials, they look like us. Very likely. But they have, maybe they have 3 fingers. Maybe, who knows? Maybe not. So that's why to make distinguish between, I would say, human lines of human and extraterrestrials, for us it is impossible. Even, of course, if you find some ship staying there that would crash, then it's another story, but it never was found. So that is why for Maria and Vavita, we believe that it was maybe some line of humans unknown to us, same as Neanderthals, Denisovans, maybe one more line, and with elongated skulls. And those people, as they had elongated skulls, the volume of brain was much bigger. Then they was maybe more clever, maybe. And they were rulers. And in Stonehenge data, they demonstrated that it really was a ruling class. And they were coming to different parts of the world as rulers, but then slowly they were wiped out. Again, it's simple, known to us laws of genetics and biology. If it's little population, that slowly it's wiped out. Plus, as any aristocrats, they had only inbreeding between themselves, and then again, this doesn't allow them to survive. Ну и вот я еще говорю, что я не очень верю в эту теорию инопланетных существ, потому что нет никаких оснований для нее. Ну и более того, у нас нет никаких доводов, чтобы мы могли отличить инопланетянина от человека. Если у них была такая же углеродная жизнь, то они будут, в принципе, очень вероятно похожи на нас. Ну, может, 3 пальца имеют, может, нет. Вот, поэтому Мария и Вавита, они могут принадлежать, ну, либо к инопланетянам, либо к какой-то линии человечества, которая возникла когда-то в древности, которая развивалась определенным образом, ну, а потом исчезла. Но это люди вот, были с удлиненными черепами, это, может, там 3 пальца, может, там 8, 6, которые приезжали, их цивилизация погибла, это очень вероятно, как я отметил, и потом они попадали к другим народам и вносили цивилизацию этим народам. И легенды об этом есть практически у всех народов. So all ancient nations, they have legends about wise people who was coming to them and giving them everything, giving them education, knowledge, civilization, and so it's very, very likely to have it. And one more topic I want to make shortly, because it will be next lecture, but I would just to give some our impressions about Bosnian pyramids. We have here a great person, fantastic person, Dr. Semas Managic. He's over there at the back, and he will be presenting after maybe a short break. And he was the discoverer of Bosnian pyramids. And it's a little city, little place in Bosnia, little village that was absolutely unknown to the world before Dr. Osmanagic. Now there are several thousand, hundreds of thousands tourists coming there every year. Because he was able to make excavation. He's a professional archaeologist, PhD. He had education in the United States and his degree from the United States. And he found this type of slabs on the big pyramid, on this type of construction. And then, but it was in other pyramids. Now he found 3 pyramids at least. And in this pyramid, they made excavation, and you see this is type of, in excavation it's clear that it is artificial layers done from slabs, and it is type of tiling all over the pyramid. Ну и вот, значит, вот на пирамиде, там вы видели пирамиду Солнца, это пирамида Луны. Он всего обнаружил 3 пирамиды такие. И вот совершенно очевидно, что это сделано человеком. Тут сомнений никаких нету. Причем они вскрывали по всей пирамиде. Доктор Сэм великий человек, потому что он великий археолог и бизнесмен. То есть он сумел все это организовать, используя свои собственные деньги, без всякой какой-то внешней поддержки, и сумел все это сделать. В частности, ему пришлось купить кусок этой пирамиды, кусок горы, для того, чтобы там проводить раскопки. Ну и вот в разных местах он делал вскрытия, и все эти вскрытия, они показывают вот такую вот искусственную территорию. So he did excavations in different parts of this pyramid. He will tell us more. And you see it is again type of not the type of tiling that we are using in our civilization. It's not industry done. It was done by ancient technology, but it's clear that it's type of slabs, and some of them quite big. But you see, they are same. It is artificially constructed slabs. Some of them are huge, several tons. So, and it's 3 pyramids. He will tell us more. And it's very interesting construction. But even more than, there are tunnels. Under all pyramids, there are tunnels. Again, it was his discovery. All tunnels was totally filled with earth. And for 10 years, they are doing excavation of these tunnels. Now it's possible to go there. They are very well preserved now. And it is no doubt that it's artificial tunnels. No doubts. Because you see all those tunnels, they have egg form, egg shape. And the size of these tunnels are normal for my size of human to walk there. And some side tunnels, they are closed with walls like this. Again, you understand it's not natural, it's absolutely artificial wall, no doubts. Now they uncovered several kilometers of the tunnels. It's open, some of them for public, some of them are still closed. But they think that's much more of this. He made a big park around. And we did a lot of measurements with Sputnik as well. I've been there twice, last year, this year, and I did measurement inside tunnels, outside of tunnels, with people, before, after, and it was absolutely, again, same story. It was very big level of energy on the Sun and Moon pyramid. So Sun pyramid, Moon pyramid, then another pyramid tumulus, lower energy, but still high in tunnels. And numbers was correlating last year, and this year it was practically same numbers. Same. And in tunnels it was a little bit different, but in principle it was 2 types of tunnels, with high energy and with low energy. So with pyramids, and of course it was much higher than in hotel. Of course, control samples was in hotel, and people before and after tunnels. So level of stress for all people came down, energy came up, energy became much better, balance. So you see it was all measured. So, and Sam of course will tell much more about this. But I believe that it all related to anything else. All our mummies, this measurement of ancient subjects in Peru, in other places that we are doing, and tunnels as well, and Bosnian pyramids. And of course, we have more questions than answers, but only when we know that we don't know the answer, science begins. Ну и вот понятно, что пока у нас вопросов гораздо больше, чем ответов. Те даже исследования, которые мы провели, это только, так сказать, первые шаги, которые задают больше вопросов, чем ответов, но только когда мы имеем какие-то вещи, которые нам непонятны, мы можем говорить о науке. Тогда наука начинается. Ну и вот спасибо, thank you for the attention. And now I want to suggest you maybe 10 or 15 minutes break for sanitary purpose, and then another presentation of Sam.
Записывали, да? Можно ее перейти?
Да, я думаю, что да. Нет, только она на сайте.
На сайте будет, да?
Да.
Как вот лекция часовая, да? Да. Это же очень важно, чтобы это было не просто презентация, но нет, ну в чем дело? Все оказалось полезно. Ты читал по поводу, вот я сейчас успел посмотреть по поводу единственного человека.
Ну, немножко читал.
Вот, значит, там...
Сейчас людей, которые его исследуют.
Замечательно. Значит, там никакого человека, конечно, не было, там было 3 зуба. 2 пальца или 1 палец.
Okay, so you're using your own. Okay, very good, absolutely.
Еще какие-то кости.
Да, то есть это известно. Okay, so if you need this. Okay, you have remote. Okay, very good. This is FDMI. Water for you. Here.
Ну вот, и на основании этого мусора сделан совершенно гигантский мусор. А у вас... Все, что там было. Уже портрет его, и уже образ жизни, семейные отношения.
Ну вот я говорю, вот это абсурд. Причем там не все открыли. Значит, мы предлагаем, пожалуйста, сейчас пойдем.
All night long.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed. Our next speaker, and I have an honor to introduce it to him. This is Dr. Semas Managic, absolutely outstanding person, and we are privileged that he was able to come here. He is archaeologist, doctor of science. He made one of the greatest discovery of 21st century. At the same time, he's a great person. He's a writer. He wrote many books. He's presenter. He's presenting worldwide. So we are privileged that he was able to come again, I tell you. And at the same time, he's a businessman. He's a researcher. So he's in one person. There are so many beautiful, and he's a wonderful person, a wonderful soul, wonderful. So every meeting with him, it's a pleasure, together with his wife. His wife, Sabina, she's an excellent person as well. Okay, please, Sam.
Thank you very much, Professor Korotkov. Is everybody understand English? Yes, yes, English, yes, yes. So we do it in English only. Shall we ask in? Just one person? Just one? We are waiting for Konstantin and interpreter. Yes? No? Yes? No? Yeah. Hi. We have only 3 persons who cannot follow English. So what I would suggest, maybe you sit together with them and translate. It will be many slides, so we don't need to. So everyone. Okay. Russian. I think 2 girls here and 1 over there. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Synchrono, yes. I'm very happy to be at this Congress again. I'm also very proud that Professor Korotkov is fulfilling his great and impressive life's mission. Last year I was talking about the pyramids around the world and their true purpose. Everything they teach us about the pyramids is mostly wrong. They tell us they are built in Egypt and Mexico, but they are built all over the planet. For Egyptian pyramids, they claim they are built as tombs for pharaohs, but no mummies in Egyptian pyramids. When we think about the oldest and the biggest and the most superior pyramids, let's see if they have common features. In northeastern Cambodia, there is a pyramid called Koh Ker. It is 7-tier, 7-step pyramid. 7 is odd number, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. And odd numbers were part of sacred geometry. This is 4-sided pyramid. Almost all built pyramids on our planet are 4-sided pyramids. The orientation is to the cardinal points, east, west, north, and south. Why? Everything is energy. Our planet is a huge energy ball, and the most strongest energy flows are north-south and east-west. When you build 4-sided pyramid and orient it to the cardinal points, it automatically initiates the movement of the energy inside the pyramid. Egyptian pyramids are perfectly oriented, but Egyptologists have never had knowledge why. This pyramid is built from 2 different types of materials, from volcanic stones and sandstones. They have different conductivities. Sandstones, a lot of quartz crystal, energetically potent. Volcanic stone, a lot of iron, energy potent. When they build the pyramids, they built also several artificial lakes, which they connected with canals. Water moves, it's kinetic energy. From the top of the pyramid, there is a tunnel going straight down, like the energy chimney. And then we have underground tunnels, like in the case of the most other pyramids around the world: China, Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Bosnia. So these are some of the elements which repeat themselves on different parts of the world. The Kukulkan pyramid in Chichen Itza, Mexico, is 9-step pyramids. 7, 9 in this case. The pyramids on the island of Mauritius, there are 7 of them. They are 11-step pyramids. Again, volcanic stones. Again, 4-sided. 43 pyramids on the island of Sicily in Italy. 5-step pyramids. Volcanic stone. Orientation to the cardinal points. This is the view of the biggest and most famous Mexican pyramid, the Pyramid of the Sun, in the city of Teotihuacan, 160 years ago, completely covered by soil, bushes, vegetation. It took 75 years for Mexican and American archaeologists to completely uncover it. And this is how it looks like today. It is 4-sided pyramid, volcanic stone, energetically potent. The length of the side, 231 meters. Height, 74. The result, square root of number pi, 3.14. Number pi is irrational number. 3.141592653588, endless. That's why it is called irrational. Also, number phi, 1.618, irrational number. Square root of number 2, 1.41, irrational number. Square root of number 3, 1.73, irrational numbers. Irrational numbers were alive for the ancient builders. And that's why they incorporated them into the pyramids. And we meet those numbers in the case of Mexican, Egyptian, Bosnian pyramids. Also, as Professor Korotkov showed, there are a network of tunnels under the city of Teotihuacan, under the Sun Pyramid also. When it was originally built, first there was a cave system, which builders enlarged and made a system of tunnels. Huge network. In 1960, archaeologists who was investigating the complex got lost. And after that, they stopped researching those pyramids until a few years back. So, tunnels again. Water. The pyramids in the United States, these are Cahokia pyramids in the state of Illinois. There are more than 200 pyramids, which American archaeologists wrongly called Cahokia mounds. Mound is when you use dirt, soil, and you make something. Here we have 4 types of construction material. Sandstone blocks, again, sandstone, pebbles, rocks, sand. Orientation of all pyramids to the cardinal points, cosmic north, south, east, and west. The pyramids in Western Java, Indonesia, Gunung Padang, the Hill of Light. It's in the middle of the jungle today. Its height over 100 meters. Dr. Danny Hillman discovered it 12 years ago, and it's completely built from the volcanic stone. Again, energetically active material. 4 sides perfectly match cardinal points. There are 3 pyramids hidden in the jungle, and their layout, equilateral triangle. Equilateral triangle is perfect geometrical shape, and as such, part of sacred geometry. When you have elements of sacred geometry, you have movement of the energy. 1979, a wealthy Chicago businessman was building his residence in the shape of the pyramid. It was 6-story residence. The first story is the big conference hall for 200 people, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he was making a replica of the Great Pyramid of Egypt, Cheops or Khufu Pyramid, but 9 times smaller. He was building it on his property, which was clay. As we know, clay is waterproof. Those 4 sides, he perfectly oriented, east, west, north, south. 52 degrees, like a Khufu pyramid. When he was completing his project, placing at that time golden leaves on the top, he could see that water was coming up, even though it was clay. He completed the project, he got a huge artificial lake around his pyramid. So we realize the pyramid has the power to pull up what is underground It can be water, like in this case, and then the pyramid works as the water pump. It can be different forms of energies. The Great Pyramid of Egypt, which is wrongly called Khufu. Khufu was pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, has the length at sides of 231 meters. The height, almost 147. Two sides, 462, divided by 147, the result is 3.14, number pi, sacred geometry. Two different types of materials. We have limestone from total of 4 quarries near Cairo, and we have granite from Aswan. Again, two different conductivities, but in both cases, energetically potent materials. 4 sides, perfect orientation to the cardinal points. As a matter of fact, the northern side of the Great Pyramid of Egypt was considered the most precise orientation to the north. Error from perfect north, 0 degrees and only 2 minutes. Inside chambers, below, we have network of tunnels. Egyptologists have been undermining those tunnels for the longest time. Thanks to the work of independent researchers, at least 2 levels of underground tunnels were discovered. Why the Egyptologists were against the research? Because those tunnels are extremely old, which would place the age of construction much before than 4,500 years back. In 1960s, late 1960s, when the Japanese geophysicists came to Egypt, they were researching the second largest Khafre or Khafren pyramid. And the Egyptologists asked them to try to find hidden passageways and chambers with a potential mummy of the pharaoh Khafren. Japanese never found any hidden passageways, but what they did find was that every 10 minutes, energy field of the pyramid changes. So they were stunned. They said, this is not only the construction, it is an energy machine. Egyptologists threw them out of the country. They said, we did not invite you to tell us this is a machine, but to find us a mummy. After that, Egyptologists and the Supreme Council of Antiquities never allowed engineers, physicists with the scientific instruments to measure. When the Giza pyramids were originally built, River Nile was 80 meters closer to the pyramids. And there was a system of canals leading to the river. With the power of the pyramid pulling up the water, they were using the water in the pyramid with the input and output lines, creating compressed air, creating negative ions. We have ultrasound, we have quartz crystal, we have piezoelectrical effect. So, the pyramid is getting the properties of energy machine, which I will explain in details on example of Bosnian pyramids. This is very brief introduction to the world of pyramids. Much more we brought a couple of books today, so if you want, you can learn more about them. In the last 13 years, since the discovery of Bosnian pyramids, we wanted to generate a set of scientific criteria to define the pyramids. They are present all around the planet. But what is the pyramid? Forget the definitions from Encyclopedia Britannica. Pyramids being tombs for pharaohs in Egypt, pyramids being places to sacrifice the enemies in Mexico. Let's forget those. The first element for the pyramids is, of course, geometry. 13 years ago, I first came to little Bosnian town of Visoko, near the capital city of Sarajevo. I came to visit the local museum, and then I saw this. For 25 years before that, I was researching pyramids and ancient civilizations. And as Professor Korotko said, my PhD was about the pyramids, about the Mayan pyramids. I realized that majority of the pyramids in the world are actually covered, hidden from us. In China, in Guatemala, in Mexico, in Honduras. So I was looking at this. In front of me, one side. To the left, second side, third, fourth. So we have 4 sides. We can see triangular face. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can see the corners. We can see that the slope, the angle, is the same from bottom to the top. And those 4 sides meet at the apex, at the top. So, geometrically speaking, this is a pyramid. Or, from the air, it would look like this. The town of Visoko, 2 major rivers, eastern and the northern slope of the pyramid. From this point to the top, 220 meters. Chaos, 147. However, we've done research at this point. We discovered construction material which is raising the height to 270. And most probably, it's 360. This is the view of the western slope, corner between west and north, between north and east, between west and south, with the causeway, the access plateau, which is completely paved in one type of the material, sandstone plate. When it comes to the pyramid, the material changes. In 2006, we started excavation. This is the place where 2 sides meet, north and east. Removing 1 meter of soil, we discovered the corner. So, the first element is geometry. The second element, artificial construction material. In Peru, they used adobe bricks. In Guatemala, volcanic stones. In Mexico, sandstone granite. In Egypt, limestone granite. In Bosnia, again, when we remove the layers of soil, we are discovering construction material. 1 meter below soft soil, very hard construction material. This is our trench number 4C. We've been digging for 13 years at this place now. This was the first block that we discovered. It is 4.5 meters by 1.5, 45 centimeters, 7 tons. Flat top, break at 90 degrees, flat side, break at 90, 6 flat sides. Obviously, this was not made by Mother Nature, but by intelligent hands. The second block, the third block, and so on. We took samples from those blocks, sent them to 7 different institutes for materials in Italy, France, Czech, Slovakia, Bosnia. Conclusion: artificially made concrete. Some people call it geopolymer concrete. Some people call it synthetic concrete. Since it is concrete, you can determine the quality of concrete using 2 elements. The first one is hardness. Harder the concrete, better the quality. The concretes in the 20th century were in the range from 10 megapascals to 60 megapascals. 60, the best quality, made in Germany and the US. In 21st century, when they were building the highest skyscraper in the world, Burj Khalifa in Dubai, they made formula to get hardness of 115 megapascals. And that's the best that our civilization can do. We have analyzed 50 samples of Bosnian pyramid concrete. And they were in the range from 73 megapascals to 134. That's the best quality concrete ever. The second element for the quality is water absorption. If water can get inside the concrete during the winter, it freezes. Once it is ice, it tends to expand and the concrete breaks. So the idea is to keep very low water absorption. Our norms today up to 3%. This one here, only 1%. So we have superior concrete from ancient times. So far, we have uncovered thousands of tons of the best quality concrete. What did they use as the binder? Today, when we make concrete, pebbles, sand, water, cement. They used pebbles, sand, water, and clay. This brownish material is clay. Somehow, they melted the clay, mixing it with the construction material, getting the best quality concrete. Today, we don't use that technology. If we are to use it, we would produce very high temperature and high pressure to melt the clay. How did they make this molecular structure changed? We don't know, but they did it. Plus, they were adding dust from granite, from nearby quarry. So what we have today as this green, beautiful pyramid, if we just change the color on this photo from green to brown, this is what we are getting. The most probable look of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. The element number 3 to define the pyramids is the orientation of the sides. We've heard Egyptian pyramid, error from perfect north, 0 degrees and 2 minutes. And the Bosnian pyramid, 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and only 12 seconds. As per measurements done by the State Institute for Geodesy after applying scientific instruments. The element number 4. Inside the pyramids, we have passageways, chambers. In the case of the Bosnian pyramid, geophysicists came up with this illustration that we have 7 levels of passageways. For example, white, 10 meters deep. Blue, 40 meters deep. Brown, 70 meters deep. And so on. 7 levels. And they are laid out like a spiral, with a lot of chambers. Element number 5. Under Chinese pyramids, tunnels. Under Egyptian pyramids, Mexican, Peruvian, underground tunnels. But under the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids, we have the most extensive underground tunnel network in the world. So far we have cleared 2,100 meters, more than 2 kilometers. And it is probably 2 or 3% of the original network. And this is only the level 1. It seems we discovered level 2. Who knows how many more levels. The next element is the water. Always very significant element. Egypt, River Nile, major rivers in China, Peru, or Mexico. In Bosnia, we have 2 big rivers. One is River Fonica. When we go back to the spring of this river, famous ancient gold mines. Gold, always important element. And the second one is River Bosna, which is the largest Bosnian rivers. This is where civilization rose, next to the major rivers. And a lot of underground water flows. The next element, sacred geometry. I was talking about the some elements. When we connect the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun with the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon, also covered with forest, 2,170 meters. Top of the Moon with the top of the Dragon, 2,170 meters. Dragon back to the Sun, 2,170 meters. Mother Nature does not make hills with the 4 sides, triangular faces, concrete, perfect orientation. And then 3 of such hills create perfect equilateral triangle. It's the intelligent hand, design and execution. The Sun, the Moon, and Dragon, connected by the green line. But top of the Love Pyramid, number 4, Temple of Mother Earth, entrance to tunnels and the river, another equilateral triangle. Triangle within a triangle, sacred geometry. Sacred geometry, movement of the energy. The next element, astronomical features. We know that the ancients were always looking at the sky. In our case, we were watching the shadow of the Sun Pyramid during the summer. Before the sunset, the shadow is moving towards the Moon Pyramid. Why? The sun moves, the shadow moves. At the sunset, the shadow completely covers the Moon Pyramid, and the top of the shadow of the Sun Pyramid touches the top of the Moon Pyramid. In a symbolical way, the message from the builders is the rule of the sun and the day is over, and the rule of the night and the moon starts. I've seen hundreds of the Sun and the Moon pyramids in Central and South America. But this is the only such obvious case of astronomical relationship between them. It seems that the builders built the Sun Pyramid first, observing the shadow of the Sun Pyramid at the sunset. They determined where they're going to build the moon pyramid, and the height they determined based on the height of the shadow. Genius. Either they did that, or they did previous calculation, so they didn't need to follow the shadow. The next element, the location of the pyramid. When you're opening restaurant business, location is number one. When you build pyramids, location extremely important. The pyramids are known as very powerful geometrical shape that amplify existing natural energy sources. According to 3 labs, deep under the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we have huge iron plate or iron ore. When you have iron, it generates electromagnetic fields. What the pyramid does, pulling up these energy fields, going through network of tunnels, they're getting amplified, going through this spiral network of tunnels inside the pyramid, spinning, and then going through the top. So how do we know that pyramids amplify energy? Because we have measured it at the base and at the top. At the top, the strength of the signal is 50 times bigger. The second form of the energy, 25 meters below the pyramid, we have underground water flow. Water moves, releases negative ions. The pyramid amplifies the concentration of negative ions. 55 meters below the pyramid, another water flow between 2 water streams, electricity is generated. Number 4, of course, we have natural magnetic field. Number 5, we have a lot of quartz crystal on the pyramid and in the tunnels. When electromagnetic field hits the quartz crystal, there is a process called piezoelectrical effect, which generates mechanical waves, ultrasound. We measure 28 kilohertz frequency ultrasound. And then we have energy form called orgone energy or life energy. Americans made an instrument to measure the percentage of the life energy. This instrument shows in contaminated big cities 30% of life energy. At the villages, 65%. And Konstantin was with us just last month, in May. And we had that instrument measuring in our healing forest 90%, and pyramids and tunnels in Bosnia 100%. So that's a good hint that pyramids do generate some type of very beneficial energies. So now we can see really that pyramid has a big connection with different types of the energy. And another element, and we are pioneers in the world developing this element, it's called volcanic lines. What is volcanic line? A lot of volcanoes on this planet. When we connect 2 volcanoes with the line, it is called volcanic line. But if we extend the line and at the end you have pyramid, then we can say that pyramid is sitting on the volcanic line. Why is that important? Well, volcano, lava, iron, minerals, energies. What do we know what's happening under the ground? A lot. We have analyzed 75 megalithic and pyramid sites in the world, on all continents, concluding that the major sites were always built over intersections of many volcanic lines. The ancients knew how to find energy potent place. For example, the largest in surface pyramid in Mexico is called Cholula in the state of Puebla. It is sitting on intersection of 18 volcanic lines. 1 or 2 is always coincidence, 3, 4. 18 is not a coincidence. Gunung Padang, which I just mentioned, in Western Java, 17 volcanic lines. The famous Machu Picchu, and everybody's saying it's energetically a very strong place. 16 volcanic lines. Constantine mentioned the Nazca lines, 7 volcanic lines. Bosnian pyramids, 26 volcanic lines. 11 of them have 2 volcanoes on the line, but 15 of them have 3 volcanoes, 4 volcanoes, or even 5 volcanoes on the same line. And they all intersect in Visoko, under the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. So, we have those 10 scientific elements to define the pyramid. So, what is the new definition of the pyramids? It's very simple. Like everything else in our life, it's a complicated way to get to a very simple solution. The pyramids are energy machines. Very simple. How do you film that energy? How do you measure it? There are other ways. With the help of our friend from United Kingdom, Dr. Harry Oldfield, who developed special camera called PIP camera, we were able to compare ambience in a case of natural hills, cities, and pyramids. So, for example, this is Pointy natural hill in Bosnia, Pointy. Those, as he calls them, bioenergy lines, they are all horizontal. You can see it, green, blue, red, green, blue, rose. This is a village in Western Serbia. Green, horizontal, red, green, blue, red. This is natural ambient, horizontal and static lines. They don't move. And this is the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. The year is 2015, and all the lines are vertical. So something is happening here. The first measurement was done by Dr. Oldfield personally in 2007. Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, the town of Visoko, all the lines are vertical. So let's see what's happening. See the buildings in Visoko? And now we are watching the Sun Pyramid. Let's focus on the red line, energy. You will see how the energy is getting accumulated. You see more red, you see everything is red now. So energy is accumulating. It's getting released through the top of the pyramid, hitting those horizontal lines. They become vertical, so the energy can flow without the obstacles. So as you could see, we started filming it 11 years ago. The lines have always been vertical. On the panoramic view, to the right is the town of Visoko. This is your hotel, Hotel Piramida Suns. Buildings, forests, you see? Horizontal, natural ambient. And then we are coming to the energy machines, the sun, the love, vertical lines. The year is 2015. The year is 2016. Again, horizontal, vertical. If only our sight works in a bigger range, this is what we could see, the movements of the energy. The pyramid of the moon, 2011, vertical lines, 2015, vertical lines. Pyramid of Bosnian dragon, vertical lines. Pyramid of love, here it is, vertical lines. Temple of Mother Earth, vertical lines. So as we can see, all the pyramid structures have been energetically active since we've been doing measurements. And most probably, they never really were disrupted when it comes to the energy movement. Two of our Russian colleagues, geophysicists from the Schmidt Institute in Moscow, which is part of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences, Professor Oleg Havroshkin, Professor Tsiplakov, are doing series of measurements for 2 years, 2006 and 2007. For example, they were using geoelectrical instruments from the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. So those rays travel, and based on different material, they travel at different speed because of different resistance. So we know when you have stone, when you have clay, when you have metal, when you have water, when you have cavities or tunnels. They concluded that 280 meters below the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, there was a network of cavities or tunnels. And with some other measurements, their conclusion, the Bosnian pyramids match Egyptian in shape, geometry, and seismic values, because they were able to compare. Now, this is a pure science, scientific methodology that we established, but we can follow it all around the world, in Cambodia, in Egypt, in Peru, in Mexico, in China, in Bosnia. Even though we are applying scientific methodology, how the world reacts on discovery of Bosnian pyramids? Well, Wikipedia is saying the Bosnian pyramids are pseudo-archaeological claim, not even a project, promoted by a gentleman right here. And they are saying this is just cluster of natural hills in central Bosnia, that geologists, archaeologists, scientists have concluded that the hills are natural formations. Okay, let's analyze those claims. Dr. Zahi Hawass is the most influential Egyptologist in the last 20 years. We have invited him 3 times to come. He has never come. But he's been very active against this project, claiming that no man could move blocks of 40 tons, therefore this is all natural. Of course, he's claiming that Osman Nagic must be hallucinating. Director of the Council of British Archaeology, Dr. Mike Hayward, and president of German Archaeological Institute from Berlin, Professor Partzinger, claimed that this is a cruel hoax which don't have a place in the world of genuine science. They have never been in Bosnia. Independent researchers, Dr. Robert Schock, he's teaching science at the 2-year college, which is part of the Boston University. No pyramids in Visoko. Natural process. Osman Agic started the project because of his future engagements in politics. That was the statement from 12 years ago, and I'm still not in politics.
20 years from now.
I don't think so. You can help your country in different ways, not only in politics. Do the cultural heritage, do the archaeology. And his desire to make money. Well, nothing wrong with this desire. People live, to make money. The only problem here is that I'm still the biggest donor of this project through my business in the United States, in Houston. I have a plant there. And that the project was a fiasco. Well, this fiasco has become the most active archaeological site in the world, attracting hundreds of volunteers, experts, and our workers, working 12 months a year at the site. Unlike other archaeological projects, they last 15 days, 30 days, 10 diggers, 1 archaeologist. In our case, 12 months. Andrew Collins, never been in Bosnia. I'm extremely skeptical. David Hatcher, not convinced. Graham Hancock, not good evidence for a lost civilization. Dr. Stewart, University of Michigan. He and his team have sculpted the sides of these natural hills into something they think resembles pyramids. So we've been sculpting it. When? Probably at nights, when nobody's looking. They don't realize how huge those pyramids are. Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, in volume, 5 times bigger than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. He has never been there. So, talking is cheap. Now, they haven't been there. Even if they have, they wouldn't take samples to test them. None of them has done any lab analysis, any radiocarbon dating, any energy measurements. But they are giving their opinions. Opinions are irrelevant in the science. Only scientific arguments. They are not scientists. However, there are some good, brave scientists who actually visited the site, have done measurements and scientific reports. For example, late, triple PhD in archaeology, Nabil Svelem from Egypt, in his report is saying, Cheops pyramid is the most magnificent in the world, but the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is the biggest in the world because it fulfills criteria for the pyramid. Harvard University graduate Paul von Ward, Bosnian pyramids are the most interesting discovery in archaeology. Professor Ezra Zubrov, archaeologist from Buffalo State University, New York. You need to find out who built the Bosnian pyramids, when they were built. Dr. Paul Lavioret, astrophysicist from the United States. Bosnian pyramids are the biggest discovery in archaeology. Gentleman right here in the first row. Bosnian pyramids discovery equals discovery of the Mayan pyramids. How come they are coming with those statements? Because they measure, they analyze, they test, and they compare. And that is the science. Most of the archaeological important projects are usually closed for the elite scientists, archaeologists. And a lot of information they actually do not release to us. They always say, oh, this is confidential, confidential. Knowledge belongs to all of us, to humanity. And that's the reason why from the first day we said there will be no secrets in the Bosnian Pyramid project. And we have opened it for professionals and non-professionals alike. June, July, August, September, we have hundreds of volunteers. In the last 9 years only, we have had 3,250 volunteers from 62 countries and 6 continents. And they're helping us removing the soil from the Sun Pyramid, clearing prehistorical tunnels, finding the artifacts, organic materials. Huh? Of course, of different ages, from the youngest to the most mature. With their help, we have uncovered many concrete blocks, this one reaching 40 tons, hundreds of tons of blocks, artificially made concrete, layers and layers of concrete blocks. 45 degrees all the way to the top. Now, what is the age of these structures? They are covered by soil. If we can figure out the age of soil, when it started sedimented, we can get to the minimum age of the structure below. The science that investigates the origin of soil is called pedology. Institute of Pedology analyzed soil, concluding the age is between 12 and 15,000 years, meaning the structure below is much older. 2013, our archaeological manager with his team of volunteers discovered organic material below the first layer of blocks and above the second, like in the sandwich. We have discovered fossilized leaves. How did they get there? During the construction phase, the ancients were laying the first row of blocks, the second, the third. The wind was blowing, bringing those leaves, and then they placed the final layer of concrete block. But those leaves below will give us precise age of construction. We have analyzed it at the radiocarbon date lab, 29,200 plus minus 400 years. So we go back for 30,000 years. Now this is radiocarbon date. The calibrated date, or the calendar age, was calculated by Dr. Laviolette from the US, 34,000 years. Now, even if we are off 10%, 20%, 30%, it is much, much older than accepted age in textbooks. They are teaching us everything started with the Sumerians 6,000 years ago. Babylon, Akkad, Assyria, Hittite, ancient Egypt, ancient India. Of course, it's not just 6,000 because, Jericho in Palestine, 11,500 years, the first stone towers. But this is only the last cycle of humanity. Before this one, there was another one, which was ended 12,000 years back with a huge global catastrophes known as the end of the last ice age. And there was another one 18,000 years back, and another one 30,000 years back, and another one 55,000 years back, and another one 75,000 years back. So in the last 100,000 years, at least 5 global catastrophes that have impacted humanity in a big way. 75,000 years ago, with the huge eruption of volcano in Indonesia, more than 99% of humans were wiped off from the face of the planet. The same thing happened 12,000 years ago. Only a few who got hidden in underground tunnels and natural caves on top of the mountains survived. When they get out on the surface, their civilization was lost. Knowledge discontinued. They had to start from the beginning. And this is what the science calls Neolithic times. Let's go back to the world of pyramids. What is the true purpose of pyramids? Archaeologists cannot help us. Egyptologists, geologists, anthropologists, museum curators, historians. Nobody teaches them about the true purpose of pyramids. We needed scientists with the real scientific instruments, physicists, electrical engineers, sound engineers, medical doctors. Physicists from Zagreb, Croatia, in 2010 came with his 10-member team measuring electromagnetic fields. On the nearby hills, no anomalies. On the pyramids. On the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, he has detected and measured electromagnetic field 28 kilohertz, 4.5 meter radius. He got outside of this radius, no measurement. He went back in, it was there. It meant that this field does not go left or right, but it goes up. 3 months later, Serbian engineer came with his instruments, confirming 28 kilohertz frequency. Later that summer, sound engineer from Finland, with his instrument, measured the same frequency. Anthropologist Professor De Bertolis from University of Trieste, with his instrument, confirmed the same frequency and the same spot. When in science you have 4 independent teams who come at 4 different times, who bring their own equipment, and everybody gets the same result, it is called an international, independent, scientific verification of the phenomenon. Which phenomenon? This one here, energy beam going through the top of the pyramid, which is 28 kilohertz, which is focused, which is continuous. Because we have measured it in the winter and summer, in the spring and fall. It is always there. Again, Mother Nature does not make hills with 4 sides, triangular faces, with artificial concrete, with underground tunnels, with spiral tunnels inside, perfect orientation, and beam like this. You have to have an energy machine. So, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is not only the biggest pyramid on the planet, but the oldest known energy machine on the planet, which has been working continuously for 30,000 years. And now the history books have to be changed. And this is where we have a problem with the mainstream science. From little Bosnia, Croatia, to Paris, London, Boston, New York, everything has to be changed. And the whole project is run by an independent, non-government, non-profit little foundation run by the enthusiasts. Many problems here. And then we measure the strength of the signal. We have the frequency, But how strong signaling the frequency? We measure it on the ground, 3 meters higher, another 3 meters higher. Every time we lift this antenna, sonda, signal was getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Not very logical, but nothing is logical in Bosnia. Our technology is saying, closer to the source of the information, like I'm close to the video projector here, it's much warmer, I move away, it's getting weaker, less warm, weaker and weaker. That's our technology. However, Bosnian pyramids, you move away, it's getting stronger. This is type of the energy beam and energy waves that we don't have in our technology in 21st century. But Nikola Tesla was experimenting with this technology 120 years ago in his lab in Colorado Springs. Non-Hertzian technology, longitudinal waves. We measure more phenomena, ultrasound. Professor De Bertolis, during the winter times, came to the top of the Sun Pyramid, exactly the location of the energy beam, and he was measuring the ultrasound. Sound is in the range from 10 Hertz to 20 kilohertz. Above 20 kilohertz, we cannot hear, but we can measure. It is called ultrasound. So he has measured the presence of 28 kilohertz frequency ultrasound. Since we cannot hear it, he converted it to something that we can hear, to 8 kilohertz. So now you will be able to hear how the pyramid in Bosnia speaks. You see actually how archaeology is very interesting, unlike what they've been teaching us last 200 years. But you have to have interdisciplinary scientific approach. This sound sometimes reminds me on telefax messages. Imagine that we are like dogs or cats who can hear ultrasound. Our world will be totally different. Or on the graph, 28 kilohertz, peak 28, we can see the same distances between them. We can see blocks of ultrasound. And for this, you have to have an artificial source. And then 2 years ago, we sent a drone above the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. It was carrying 7 different instruments, from the oscilloscope to others, measuring electromagnetism, but also only electrical field, also only magnetic field, ultrasound, infrasound, orgone energy, temperature, and some others. The most interesting parameters, temperature. Immediately above, temperature would rise unexpectedly. But the way we were sending the drone, it would fly a few meters, left 50 meters, right 50 meters, back and forth 50 meters, another few meters, left, right, back and forth. So we have covered a huge area above the top. And these were the conclusions. This energy beam in electrical field only, magnetic field was lost. Amazing. They teach us in schools, it has to be both electrical and magnetic, electromagnetism. Here, we've measured only electrical field. It would go like a beam, 4.5 meters, and then it would start getting larger and bigger. At the height of 21.3 meters, it was the biggest and the strongest. And then it was becoming narrow. Narrow, 4.5, larger, narrow, larger, narrow. Electrical field. For physicists, no doubt, they were so-called torsion fields or Tesla's scalar waves. Scalar waves. According to theoretical physicists, the scalar waves travel quicker than the speed of light. Now, we know that according to Albert Einstein's hypothesis, speed of light, almost 300,000 kilometers per second, is the biggest speed in the universe. If you try to move faster, you are going to dematerialize. This is a big speed. If we, for example, turn the lights off here, turn the lights on here in St. Petersburg, you can see it in New York, which is 5,000–6,000 kilometers away. You can see it within the same second, 6,000, 300,000, same second. But if we send the speed of light to the sun, it takes 7.5 minutes. If we send it to the northern star, 700 years. If we send it to the center of our galaxy, Milky Way, 40,000 years. And if we send it to the center of the universe, where the old guy in the white robe and with the long white beard, like this gentleman there, is sitting, getting very busy creating the worlds and the life and galaxies, it would take 5 billion years. As we know, what we see from the deepest corner from the universe, the lights of the stars, is the information from 5 billion years ago. So, the speed of light is actually very, very slow on the cosmic aspect. We need something quicker. So imagine that proto-Bosnian sitting in Bosnian pyramid, sending a fax message, traveling at the speed of light. It takes 5 billion years to get to the Creator. And now Creator is answering another 5 billion years. In 10 billion years, that poor Bosnian will get a very, very long white bird. So not very practical. The speed of scalar waves, 10 billion times bigger than the speed of light. But actually, scalar waves do not travel. We need to change how the universe is organized. You know how 30, 40, 50 years ago they were teaching us that 85% of the cosmos is actually empty space with nothing in there? Nothing is empty. There are always very small electrical particles. So now we will need to change actually our theory about the cosmos to some type of the electric universe. And the movement of the scalar waves is instant. It's like the waves. Information travels from one end of galaxy to another one. And then it would really make sense. If we are creator, we would like to know what's happening all around our universe, planets and galaxies and stars. Instant information, yes, scalar waves. And then we measured more energy phenomena. Like what we measured so far was not enough. So, engineer from Belgrade brought his very sensitive equipment, and he has measured extremely low frequency of 7.83 hertz, 0 to 10. 7.83 hertz. Well, in science, this is called the Schumann resonance. Everything resonates. Our planet has been resonating at 7.83 for the longest time. 120 years ago, Nikola Tesla said it's probably 8 hertz resonance of planet. Von Schumann, 50 years ago, 7.83. However, according to measurements of labs from Finland and Russia, this frequency has been changing. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 15. It varies, it changes. It goes 10 to 12, 12 to 15, so the average values are between 12 and 15, here, now. Well, we got born at 7.83. This is our natural resonance, our natural energy field. All the plants, all the animal kingdom, 7.83. But from 1990, last few decades, this resonance changes. Why? Because of our bad electromagnetic fields that we create using computers, laptops, TVs, mobile phones, satellite antennas, electrical grid, American Project HARP. So much bad electromagnetism. It's putting a pressure on the planet, and it started resonating a little bit higher. And this is very bad. By not living in the same energy field like before, it creates changes on our cellular level. Our cells feel that. Before, a few decades ago, everything was so much calmer and peaceful and more relaxed. And look at today, the way of living. Before, if you had a date with a girlfriend in 1 hour, 1 hour was such a long time. Today, 1 hour, 5 minutes. I've been talking 45 minutes, okay. I'm talking for 1 hour. The moment we wake up in the morning, we don't have time for anything. Stress. And the big part, we are not in our natural energy field anymore. On the Bosnian pyramids, in the tunnels, 7.83. People come to Bosnia from Brazil, from New Zealand, from Peru, from all the Europe, Canada, America. You ask them how they feel, they answer, like home. They are in their natural energy field. A few words about the Bosnian underground. Not political, which is very developed, but archaeological. One of the entrances to the tunnels, which we call Tunnel Ravne, 2.5 kilometers away from the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Light blue, 280 meters below the top of the pyramid, exactly like Russian geophysicists told us. So far, we have cleared the tunnels approximately in this area, going south, and then we will turn east, expecting to come under the pyramid and connect to those tunnels. This is how they look like. They are built in the material which is called conglomerate. River conglomerate is a natural sedimentation. You've got the big flood, water brings a lot of material, water recedes, and you got pebbles, rocks, sand, wood. Because of the high pressure from above, those lower areas become very compact. It's called conglomerate. The builders of the pyramids built the tunnels. They removed hundreds of thousands of tons of materials, rocks, sand. What did they do with that? They built concrete blocks to cover the pyramid. Direct link between what's under and what's above the ground. But our job is not easy, because the tunnels were built at the time of the pyramid building. But 5,000 years ago, somebody closed all the tunnels with the filler material. You see color is a little bit different, light brown, and the walls. So what we do, we remove the walls We remove the filler material and we move towards the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, placing the wooden support for the safety and the lights. So the only thing we do, wood, light, that's it. So, like I said, so far we cleared more than 2 kilometers. And all manually. Wheelbarrows, volunteers, and our workers. That's it. No equipment. Why? Because the equipment vibrate, and vibrations could cause the original walls to collapse. So we have to be very careful. So it's a slow process. So far, in 12 years, we have shortened the way to the pyramid for about 650 meters. Because most of the tunnels, when we clean them in a round fashion. Why? Because of emergency exits. 650, which is about 25% of our way to the pyramid. So 75% remained. If we apply the same pace, about 30 years, 30. If all the tunnels are closed. But we started finding some open sections, 5 of them from 17 meters to 200 meters. That can make our life easier. But then another problem, in those open sections, we find water, which is very precious. I'll mention that later. So, in the tunnels, we are finding blocks like this one here. This one we called K2. It is sitting on the support plate. If it is on support plate, somebody has chosen the place and put this block right over this plate. And they even connected them with the binding material based on calcium carbonate. They didn't want this block to move left or right. We took samples from the block, sent them to Institute for Atomic Physics in Zagreb. They applied 2 very sophisticated analyses, Röntgen diffraction analysis and a phased analysis. Conclusion, this was an artificial ceramic material. Now these blocks are covered by conglomerate. So over 30,000 years ago, somebody had technology to make ceramic. And then we use georadar instrument, georadar, georadar, to see if anything is inside this block. 2 conclusions. First, this block was made in 2 pieces, base and the cover, a lid. And second, exactly in the middle, there was an oval object. It was not air, it was not water, or ceramic, or metal, but mineral, quartz crystal. So, 21 meters below, underground water flow. Water moves, releases the energy. Energy activates quartz crystal. It is surrounded by ceramic. Ceramic resonates, creating electromagnetic fields that can be measured using our scientific instruments. And we measure 2 frequencies. One is 28 kilohertz. And this is frequency we measure in all tunnels. It's like it's moving through tunnels, through labyrinth. And the pyramid, pulling this energy, going through 7 levels of passageways in the pyramid, spinning and then going through the top. And the second one, 7.83 hertz. It seems that the pyramids, one of the purposes to stabilize our planet at the best frequency. Applying more technologies, we realize that this block K2 has a lot of these dark blue areas, which is indication for the high frequency radiation. This type of frequency affect our spirituality. Ideal place to relax, meditate, achieve astral projections, if you know how. And then another block, which we called K1. A lot of red fields. Red fields, low frequency. Low frequency penetrates our body, affecting our blood circulation. Our blood circulates better, we are healthier. After 5 years of tunnel clearing, and after 220 meters, we've discovered the first chamber. It was completely filled with the material. We have removed everything manually and realized that this chamber is 50 square meters in surface and 4 meters in height. And while people were going through tunnels, coming to this chamber, going out, they breathe very well. Actually, deeper they go, they breathe better and better. Not very logical. You go to the coal mines, after 20 meters, lack of oxygen. In our case, no. Oxygen, 20.7% everywhere. So like I said, not very logical. Nothing in Bosnia is logical. We noticed that people who have asthma, they started breathing so well that they don't need air pumps, inhalators, for 3 or 6 months after visiting the tunnels. People with a high blood pressure, it gets normalized. This woman from Slovakia, actually a young girl, Veronica, 17 years old, she had a problem with the lung capacity. She was using only 47%. For 3 years, she suffered, she could not find a cure. She came to the tunnels. After 2 visits, the capacity rose to 84%. Team from Prague, Czech Republic, brought the medical nurse with them. She was measuring several parameters. Among them, taking the blood, measuring glucose in the blood. We know for the glucose, if it is 3.5 to 6.1, it's normal level. 6.1, 10, risky group. Above 10, diabetes. So, Jirka or Jirži, he had 7.8 before Ravne tunnels. It's a little bit higher, let's say risky group. He came back after 1 hour, 5.1. Karel, 10.5 between risky and diabetes. He came back after 1 hour, 5.7. Again, it's a normal level. This woman from Turkey, 54 years old, used to have, for 10 years, very high blood pressure, reaching 220 over 135. You can imagine what kind of migraines she had. In the last 3 years, she's been flying from Istanbul to Bosnia. There are 4 flights a day. Istanbul, Sarajevo, Istanbul, Sarajevo. And when I measured her blood pressure last year, it was 120 over 80. Never going above 140 over 90. We have done also a medical study 2 years back. We had a group of 20 people who have never been in the tunnels before. And they are different ages, from 20 to 70 years old. We have documented everything. So we measured more than 20 parameters, objective, and about 10 subjective parameters. We would take them to the local hospital to do the blood and urine analysis before the tunnels, and immediately after the tunnels, and 1 week later, and 2 weeks later. I'll show you just one parameter. It's called sedimentation speed. This is what we do in Bosnia. We do the sedimentation measurements, and if it is higher, it means that something is wrong, either infection or disease or... So it's the first sign. All 20 persons had a little bit higher sedimentation, some of them real high. And then the girl who was the medical doctor and Konstantin met her, Emina, when she was preparing the methodology, she said, we don't need to measure them immediately after the tunnels. I said, why? And she said, well, in medicine, you know, when you give treatment, for example, antibiotics, if you take the first antibiotics, it won't be effective after 5 minutes. You have to wait 2 or 3 days. I said, no, we're going to measure it immediately after the tunnels. So, okay, you are the boss, you are paying this. I said, fine. So we have done the measurement. 19 out of 20 had a lower sedimentation, meaning the change for better was immediate. And now, of course, we try to find the scientific answers why. Konstantin briefly mentioned some of the results. I'm mentioning some more. And we have a big list of the results, video clips and so on. First, we have the presence of the pyramid energies. The best electromagnetic field, the best ultrasound frequency, and the best extremely low frequency, 7.83 original Schumann resonance. So it seems that the pyramids are creating those best energies. The first 3 elements. Element number 4, negative ions. We know if there are more negative than positive ions, they are very beneficial to us. Why? Because they connect with the dust in the atmosphere, dust falls to the floor, they clear the atmosphere. They raise the level of oxygen in our body, they kill viruses, bacteria. Every disease we have comes with a higher concentration of viruses, bacteria. But if we eliminate them, we are becoming healthier. More negative ions, better for us. In this room, it's about 100 negative ions per cubic centimeter. Very low quantity. We go to the downtown, St. Petersburg, 400, a little bit fresher. We go to the village, 800. By the river, 1,500. The highest concentration measured in Bosnia is on the Olympic mountain Igman, 2,000 meters above the sea level in the forest. Beautiful pine trees, 4,000 negative ions per cubic centimeter. I remember as a child living in Sarajevo, whenever somebody had the respiratory problems, people were saying, go to Igman. High ozone layer, high negative ions concentration, 4,000. Now, we do measurements on daily basis, June 4th, June 5th, June 6th, June 7th, June 8th. Time of measurement, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 9 hours. Entrance, 20 meters, healing room, K2. We have 12 points where we do measurements daily. The values, and this is from like 5 years ago, are reaching 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. However, we have noticed the more tunnels we open, the concentrations are getting higher and higher. This winter, because every year we open another 200, 250 meters of tunnels. This winter, the values were reaching 400,000 negative ions per cubic centimeter. The highest recorded value is at the Niagara Falls between Canada and the United States, 100,000. Bosnian pyramid tunnels, 400,000. And then we measured more things that can affect us. For example, we live on the surface of the planet. A lot of cosmic radiations coming our way. But some of them are harmful, and our body cells fight those enemies. 40 meters below the ground, no bad cosmic radiations. The next thing, sometimes we walk and we are not even aware that the natural radioactivity is coming from underground, hitting our body. So really, our body cells have enemies 24 hours a day, from above, from below. We go to sleep in the bed. If our bedroom is above underground water stream, again, negative energy. If it is above Hartmann intersections, energy lines, east, west, north, south, intersection, bad for us. Curie's intersection, Schneider's intersections. All our lives, our body cells have been protecting us from different invisible enemies. But they are there. Some of them are strong, some of them are subtle, soft, but still, if we are exposed, bad for us. And finally, two biggest enemies that we have created. The ancients were smart because they were using natural energy fields, natural frequencies. We are not very smart. We are making up frequencies. 220 volts. If there is a wire, you touch it, it kills you. Bad frequency. In the US, 110. Touch it, kills you. The Wi-Fis. We can't live without the Wi-Fis today. It started at 1G, then 2G, then 3G, then 4G. 4G is most of the Europe today. 4G meaning 4 gigahertz. United States, 5G. Very soon, wherever US starts, very soon the whole world will adapt. So very soon the whole world will be covered by 5G network. 5 gigahertz is the frequency of the microwave. And the microwave, as you know better than I do, is so bad, it causes the cancer. Every time we connect on Wi-Fi, it's like somebody unscrew our head, open the microwave door, put our head inside the microwave, close the door, and turn the microwave on. So bad. And it's all around us. In the tunnels, no Wi-Fi signal. And the final thing, mobile phones. Mobile phones started at 0.75 giga, and they are reaching 5 giga also. In the tunnels, it says, no service. So it seems that somebody built this huge, gigantic, underground tunnel network, which is perfectly protected and safe. You enter the tunnels for the first time in your life. The body cells don't have enemies. They can start doing their job. What is their job? To fix the problems in the body, to start the regeneration process, to start the self-healing process. It doesn't matter if you have high blood pressure, or sugar, or tumor, or cancer, or pain, or if you have a problem in your third energy field, or divine, or your auric field, the regeneration process starts, and it seems there is a little computer on molecular or atomic level deciding what is the priority. Not this one here, something else is deciding where to start the regeneration process. So when it comes to the pyramids, we've noticed that the first potential purpose of pyramid energy, communication on a very long distances. The second one, to protect what is the most precious to us, our health. Number 3, the most important liquid in our life, water. We are finding water in those open sections. It's been there, trapped, for tens of thousands of years. You would expect that it is green, full of microbes, but it's not. Negative ions are like a barrier to microbes. Crystal, clear, and clean. We've done chemical, microbiological analysis. Water is drinkable, no viruses, no bacteria. We've done several analyses. I'll mention the one we are familiar with, Dr. Masaru Emoto, 4 years ago. While he was still working, he received our samples and we were able to compare. This is the tap water from New York City. You can see how deformed it is. This is the water exposed to the heavy metal music. It's all scared. This is the water from the dam in Japan. Visible level, it looks fine. Molecular level looks ugly. Imagine yourself going through all these machines and equipment. This is the largest fresh lake water in Japan, Lake Biwa. From satellite, beautiful and blue. On molecular level, bad, it's contaminated. And this is the Bosnian pyramid water. We sent it by mail to Japan. It went through Röntgen, went through all these X-ray machines from Sarajevo to the airports. But still, it kept most of its beautiful hexagonal structure and crystal-like structure. Why hexagonal? Because it is the most powerful geometrical shape when it comes to the energy. It consists of 6 equilateral triangles, 6 pyramids, and a crystal-like. Energetically alive, not like our water. Our water, we drink it, no viruses, no bacteria, but it has chlorine to kill viruses and bacteria. So we drink poison. It has fluorides, we drink poison. It has traces of heavy metals, mercury and some, we drink poisons. Energetically dead. Vibrate low. Everything is about the vibration. We drink water which vibrates low, we vibrate low. Food, we vibrate low. We have bad thoughts, violent, angry, upset, jealous. We vibrate low. We have love for everyone, we vibrate high. You come to Bosnia, you vibrate high. So, Professor Korotkov did the experiment with this water. Before drinking water, this is very good, by the way, chakra balance here. Oh, it was you, Konstantin Korotkov, very good. But after, you see, much bigger, stronger, better energy flow, just with the water. Because water has an information. The tunnels. Before the tunnels, again, very good chakra balance. Oh, Sabina, very Sabina. Oh, my wife is there. But after visiting the tunnel, because, of course, the way we live, the stressful environment, problems, money, this and that, after, all open. Emotional pressure, before and after. Energy in the cells, before and after. This is Konstantin's graph. So we had several of our employees, Jenny, Sabina, myself, Konstantin is here. So in our case, before and after was rather good, but we can see the big changes before, blue, orange, after. Getting much calmer after the tunnels. Elizabeth, before emotional pressure, after she came back from the tunnels, energy level increases. Look at the chakras. After, much bigger. Even though among our visitors, and every year we have about 50,000 visitors, most of them feel they should go there. It's not a touristic place like Paris and the Eiffel Tower, or Amsterdam, or Rome. Bosnian pyramids are different. People, many of them are telling us, when we heard, we felt we should go there. So it was like inner call. In most of the cases, they're very spiritual. They have good auric field. For example, this person before, 57 joules, and after. It's not a big change, but there is a change for better. All right. So this was before, the smaller ones, and after. So we can make a comparison here also. Before, not bad, with a few discontinuations, and after. This is Katarina Lukachova, probably from Czech Republic. So we can see many other cases. Energy level better. You see after how chakras were much stronger. Yanikova. Oh, this is very significant here also. Good balance, spiritual people, they do meditation, but due to all the influence, the food, the stress, but after the visit, that's exactly what they need. Look at here. Here is very obvious. Before and a big circle after. Okay, let me jump through. It's last year we've done about 750 measurements. We're not talking 5 or 10 or 20. We're talking hundreds, which is significant number for the statistical analysis. And now we're in the process of building separate building, which we call air spa, where we're going to be employing medical doctor, lab technician, medical nurse, and we'll have files on those people who come this year, next year, 5 years from now. So we can be following different statistical data, males, females, different age, weather influence, and all others. Here is very obvious. Sometimes people come with those chakras, they are way out of the balance. We have a couple of cases when we could not even find them, right, Sabina? Some of those, they were not on the chart because we live in such a stressed environment. Pressure, before, after. Look at here. The field are before and after, much bigger. So this chakra balance was not bad, but they were just too small. Look at this case. Before and after. After just one visit, we have such a beautiful improvement. We notice also one thing. There is a very small percentage, couple of percent, of people who are, let's say, they don't believe in pyramids. It does not exist. They come in a very bad mood. They are, skeptics. And they keep like that while going through tunnels. We don't see big improvements. It seems that those tunnels also amplify. If we think good, if we are very open, we get rewarded. We get the full benefits. And really, more open we are, then we start communicating with pyramids. Everything is energy. Pyramids energy, we energy. Energies communicate, whether we like that or not. But we open ourselves, communication is better. We open more, we are getting more benefits. Look at her, before and after. It's one of the most significant changes that we had. Bahrial, so she's Bosnian. So this is from this is from last year, 2017. After. Look at the stress level. I think this is one of the worst cases. I measured one which was also, it was a Chinese guy. He looked normal, but it was amazing how bad his stress level was. And look, after one visit, how big the change is. Everything was in disbalance. So, when it comes to the purpose of pyramids and pyramid energy, communication, they had technology that we don't have today. We cannot communicate to other solar systems or other galaxies. Secondly, to protect our health. You are or most of you, you understand what it takes to have such methods with no side effects. It's not easy to find. But here, this is technology that helps everyone, no side effects whatsoever, to improve the molecular structure of the water, to improve the food. We are just doing experiment with the beans, the seeds of beans. We place the beans, bag of the seeds, on the top of the pyramid of the sun, and moon, and dragon, and earth, and love, and tunnels, and tumulus, 7 places where we do work, and control group. The first results back in May, just a month and a half ago, are showing the best growth beans from the sun pyramid and the love pyramid. And I'm hoping we're going to complete this experiment by the beginning of September. So maybe next year if I come, I can show the results. But obviously, the pyramid energy is real, affecting water, affecting food, affecting our auric field, affecting our chakra balance, affecting our spiritual senses, plus many other applications on a global level. You arrange them around the volcanoes. Instead of one big volcanic eruption, you are getting a series of the smaller ones. Instead of one big earthquake, you are getting a series of the smaller ones. So they diminish global catastrophes. The ancients were smart. They knew why they were building the pyramids. And back to our case. In the last 13 years, we changed the image of Bosnia. You know, in 1990s, you remember, 92, 95, country of war, violence, genocide, negative stuff. And now with the pyramid project, land of pyramids, research and science and archaeology and volunteers and tourists, positive stuff. People from 160 countries came to Bosnia. Otherwise, they would not. What these Malaysians are doing, laying on the concrete blocks of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun and getting positive energy. We organize our expeditions on Bosnian pyramids with volunteering every year, 4 months, 4 summer months. We show our volunteers all the archaeological locations. We show them beauties of Bosnia. We let them enjoy in our beautiful park, which we transformed from 50,000 square meters of swamp, muddy, neglected land to most beautiful swan, to most beautiful park in Southern Europe. And after that, when they relax, when they enjoyed, they get the tools in their hands. They start helping us and breaking the tools. But helping us uncovering the biggest and the oldest pyramid on the planet, clearing the tunnels, having a lot of fun on the way. So, when we think about the future of archaeology and science and humanity, it is not in the elite science, in closed-minded people who don't share the knowledge. It is in people who are open-minded, who share with a smile on their faces. Thank you very much.
Wonderful presentation. We are really privileged and honored to have Sam here, and I'm so happy that he was able to come. Ну и действительно потрясающая презентация. Это действительно мы благодарим Сэма, что он здесь. And to my mind again, seems to me this is the greatest archaeological discovery of this century, the greatest. And all people who are coming there with open mind, with open heart, have no doubt that this is real, no doubts. And of course, we don't understand the level of civilization that has created this. We have some ideas, just ideas about the purpose of this. And it's all in the future. I have no doubts in healing power of pyramids and tunnels. Значит, конечно, мы не понимаем действительно реальной цели этой. Вот у нас только вот идею, Сэма, колоссальное количество идей, но никаких сомнений нет в целительной силе этих пирамид. Никаких сомнений. Действительно, я согласен с Сэмом, что они позволяют человеку прийти в балансное состояние, мы видим это по чакрам, мы видим это по энергетике, и тогда организм начинает работать самостоятельно. Тогда он сам начинает целительный процесс. So I agree with Sam 100% that this being inside the tunnels, pyramids, it allows system to come to balance, to equilibrium, and then healing process starts from inside. That's why it doesn't matter, would it be cancer, would it be chronic fatigue, would it be pressure or sugar, because it's in the process of the body. Body tends to be healthy. This is the law of medicine. This is the law of nature. And we need just to let it walk by itself. We don't need to suppress body by medications. We don't need to suppress it with negative emotions. We need to create conditions most beneficial for system walk by itself. And this is condition that we have in Bosnian tunnels and pyramids. Ну и вот уже как бы есть много очень доказательств медицинских, что организм сам себя вылечивает. И единственное условие, нам надо дать для этого возможность, условия. Не травить его лекарствами, не травить его ядами из плохой еды, не травить его стрессами, а позволить ему расслабиться и начать вот этот вот процесс. Поэтому неважно, что там происходит, онкология, высокое давление, сахар, это организм сам справляется и сам решает, как найти баланс. So that is why I tell you everybody, if you come to Bosnia, the Bosnian pyramids, it will be tremendous experience, fantastic experience. Beautiful country, beautiful environment, very good food, very good wine, rakia as well. And of course, this Sam, he is so great organizer, together with Sabina, his wife. They made tremendous organization. How many people do you have in your system now?
55 full-time employees, hundreds of volunteers.
Yeah, absolutely. So you come there, you have supervision, there are people who help you, who everything. It's totally safe. You see we need to have helmets over there, it's obligatory. It's all electricity inside and all very well organized. Beautiful, beautiful air inside. So I suggest all of you to go there. Ну и вот я еще раз говорю, что я всем советую теперь ездить на боснийские пирамиды, потому что там все великолепно организовано Сэмом и его женой. Там прекрасное обслуживание, хорошая еда, прекрасная природа вокруг, там можно просто погулять очень красиво, великолепное совершенно ощущение. Ну и действительно это целительная поездка. То есть вот поехав туда на 5 даже дней, а вот сейчас они собираются делать курсы уже на 2 недели, they plan to have 2 weeks. Horses. Это действительно, как вы едете, как в специальный санаторий. И это очень действительно здорово, помогает организму. И вот мы все это проходим регулярно совершенно. Ну и посмотрите на него. Это же he is the best example of himself on the healing power of the system. Yes, yes, yes. So thank you again, Sam, very much. It's tremendous pleasure for us.
Thank you, Konstantin. Thank you, everyone. Like he said, come to Bosnia. That's how I finish every my lecture. It will be a unique experience of your life. You got those flyers, you have the website, the address, you can come any day, 7 days a week. This is not a government If it was government, it's open from 8 to 3. You come 10 to 3, go home, come tomorrow. No. In our case, you can come anytime. Official guides are there. Sabina brought a few books. If you want a book, I'll be happy to sign. And hopefully I'll see you next time in Bosnia. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now some official, so now for this, on this lecture, we are finishing this part of our conference. And after 1 hour, so it will be, practically it will be 3:30, we meet here with our representatives of our biowell system, and it will be just more technical discussion of what we have. They will make their opinion, so it will be important for us to understand what's going on. So it will be like a meeting. So it will be no presentations anymore. And of course it will be only in English. Then, you know, all our guests are invited, and you have these tickets to the restaurant. And we have this at 7 p.m. And it's very easy to go there because it's in downtown, but in another part of downtown. So from here, it is 2 stops by metro. Only 2 stops. And when you come out of the metro, you turn right, and then you go to Big Street and cross right again. That's it. And in about 15 minutes. And you see on the other side. It's 3 stops, yes. Vasiliostrovsky Island. Vasiliostrovskaya, yes, 3 stops, thank you. So from here it's maybe half an hour altogether, maybe 40 minutes. And one more topic. Now in the hall, you remember yesterday I've told you about our support of this anti-cancer children organization. And they brought toys. Toys created by their members, created by children, some of them, and it's like part of their activity. So if you would buy this toy, you will contribute to the activity of the society. So it's again, it's very humanistic. Okay, so thank you very much for all this. Спасибо большое за участие. No, I hope that we'll see everybody next year, because we have this conference every July. First weekend of July. But we meet a lot of you tonight, of course. And of course we have our workshop on Tuesday, Wednesday. And we'll be there with Dmitry, with other people as well. So it will be training workshop as well. Ну и вот, естественно, я приглашаю всех на следующую конференцию, которая будет первые выходные июля. Мы стараемся четко проводить, ну, если живы будем, конечно, не помрем. Вот. И, естественно, мы всегда у нас идут конференции, а потом тренировочные сессии по нашей технологии, которые будут проходить во вторник, в среду. Так что спасибо всем за внимание и see you later. Okay.